Varian looked at his cadet comm with distrust. Would this thing record his secrets? It can't do much. The original plan was to monitor everything about the cadet. But the alumni and prime families objected. The technocrats also said the data could be used by hostile powers. Kyle chuckled and revealed. Varian raised an eyebrow at Kyle, seeming to ask, "How do you know so much?" Maya's father participated in the project. He smirked and said, "Now go." He sure is proud of his father-in-law. Varian shook his head and followed Colonel Rain. They walked through a heavily fortified path in an awkward silence. The walls were made of special alloy, and it was a grade higher than adamantine. Varian shuddered at the thought of these walls collapsing. He looked at the officer in front and wanted to strike a conversation. After recalling her short and cold responses, he gave up and checked his comm. "It's been 2 hours already?" Varian was baffled. Weren't injuries caused by aura take longer to heal? Injuries that could be healed through pure regeneration of cells were not a problem for today's technology. However, when two Awakeners fight, they also inflict their own aura on their opponent and part of it seeps in. This aura must be removed, or it'd interfere in the healing process. He checked his body and found no injuries. The critical healing liquid. He recalled the soothing sensation and guessed the reason. They soon reached a large door. The AI scanned her ID and informed the one inside. Colonel Reyna turned around and stared at him with a deadpan face. "You're a reckless fool." She started walking away, leaving one advice: be careful of what you say. Weird woman. Varian shook his head and turned to the room. The door opened, and Varian almost punched the person who walked out. "Oh. You? Are you a cockroach that won't die?" Narcissus took a moment to recognize him and chuckled. Varian really wanted to kill Narcissus, even if it was a fellow human. The only thing that stopped him was Narcissus's background. If he thrashed Narcissus, a level 3, his elder brother would seek revenge. Then his father. Then his grandpa. If alive, even his great-grandpa would come. Narcissus's father was enough to crush anyone. He was Julius Xander, sovereign. The peak of combat power and the guardian of Earth. If rumors were to be trusted, he dotted on his second son, Narcissus. "But I can always assassinate you, let's see how long you have." Varian decided to forbear and hence didn't want to resort to violence. But he had no problem in retorting to a verbal fight. "Are you the trash that can't even kill a cockroach?" Ha ha ha! A young man around 18 appeared behind Narcissus and looked at him with a mocking smile. Narcissus, second son of Julius Xander, is a trash that can't kill a level 2. Good news, the young man fanned the flames. Adir, you better remember this isn't your Karen family turf or I'll have no problem deporting you to your home planet. Narcissus squinted at the young man and warned. "Give it a try. I'm an honorary student and I'll be the first in the practical test. Try deporting me." Adir smirked and continued to provoke. "Nonsense. I'll be first." Narcissus retorted. They totally ignored Varian. To them, anyone without a strong background was not even worth their attention. Narcissus would likely forget Varian in a day. Duh. Whatever. Varian ignored them and entered the room. Even revenge on Narcissus was second on his priority list. First was always finding Sia. As he stepped in, he saw the whole room was occupied by the hologram playing the final scene of Varian jumping into the space shuttle and Abyss Duke punching the space shuttle. If Varian never believed he was lucky, now he did. If he was late by just a second, he'd be dead. That meant if anything until that moment was delayed by 1 second, he'd have died. 1 second more on the hill, 1 second more to think, 1 second of hesitation would have meant death. The hologram turned off and Varian saw a man sitting in a large chair. He wore the standard military uniform and stared at Varian. Just looking at him, Varian felt a huge pressure. The man was tall, even when seated, and had an aura of vicissitudes for his not-so-old face. Eric, General. Varian glanced at the name and rank of the officer and straightened his back. Generals were at least level 7. Every 3 levels was a watershed. So a level 3 couldn't be compared to level 4 and a level 6 couldn't be compared to level 7. There were several theories for this, but none was convincing enough. Regardless, anyone Awakener above level 6 was an elite of the elite and top combat power of the human armed forces. Varian didn't speak, and the officer continued to stare at him. Finally, Eric spoke in a light tone. Varian Constant, congratulations on becoming an honorary student of Imperial Defense Academy. Thank you, sir. Varian responded in a formal tone, but the joy was hard to hide. Even though he believed his findings inside the castle would be considered outstanding performance, he was relieved only after knowing he was selected. His first and also last option in admission was Imperial Academy. I'm Eric, supervisor of second year and final decision maker of this entrance test. He introduced himself and cut to the point. The facility inside the hill was found by the army long ago. It seemed to be a reserve for aura crystals. For what? We don't know, Eric said in a casual tone, while closely observing Varian. Does he not know about the strange altar, or is he just testing me? Varian quickly wondered. They only know I went inside. They don't know what I saw. Good thing Cadet Com cannot record everything. But yes, there are a lot of aura crystals. Varian replied and pointed to his space ring and followed. There is also a weird altar. It's in the room with aura crystals. That's all I know. Haha. You're honest. There are aura crystals only around the altar. If you had lied, would have slashed off your admission, Eric said without a change or expression. Varian felt he was sweating, even though the room was very cold. Now the important part. Eric gave an enthusiastic smile and a few holograms popped in front. Virgin Dungeon cross-tunneling targets. Noob Dungeon cross-tunneling targets. I'll need the original material. Varian retrieved the leathers from his space ring and was about to walk over to hand them in. But before he could react, a few branches took the material from him. He looked up and saw Eric checking the material. The branches were nowhere to be seen. Plant Morpher. Level 7. Varian knew the divine path of Eric. Planet morphers were awakeners in Morpher divine path that could turn into plants. Like Beast Morpher, any plant morpher had a plant species they transform into. However, there was not much species difference like in Beast Morphers where one could Beast Morpher turned into a snow wolf and the other into a fire lizard. All plant morphers more or less transform into the same kind of plant. Therefore, the difference in power between two plant morphers would only be decided by their skills and experience. Eric verified the document's validity and looked at him with a profound smile. You're lucky. Honorary students are all level 3s. Even then, they have to finish tough tasks. Killing Abyss Commander, stealing intelligence, destroying the armory, slaying at least 100 Abyssal Knights in one shot and so on. Varian smiled wryly. He was indeed lucky to get those materials without actually fighting for them. But to survive until that point was no luck. This matter, no person other than himself would understand. Did you see who was responsible for the whole event? Eric asked in a causal tone. No. By the time I climbed the hill, there was not a single thing living. Varian said without changing his expression. If he told them that Enigma, the leader of Shadow Order, who reportedly killed every human she saw, spared him, he'd be a suspect. He might even be branded as a terrorist himself by few. I see. That's expected. Regardless of who killed the Abyss Lord, you are the one who brought the important intel. We only see end results. So you get the merit. Eric shrugged. Varian glanced at his cadet comm. You have been awarded 500 MP for the intel. Eric sensed Varian's aura and sensed he just broke through level 2. He was a bit surprised, but that was it. You joined the test as a level 1 and you awakened not too long ago, unless you're concealing it. You reached level 2 in less than a month. Maybe you found a special fruit, or you got a precious potion. I don't care. I didn't get any of those things, but if my rapid advancements can be accepted for those reasons, I'm more than happy. But I must say, this is like the start of a legendary story. Eric applauded. Varian tried to smile but stopped himself as Eric's smile darkened. Most of these stories end prematurely. The fatality of the Imperial Defense Academy was at least 20%. Eric had seen too many geniuses die before they truly rose. They were like comets which shone for a single night rather than the stars which shone every night. I have a strong will to survive. Varian said. You sure do. I'm still surprised you survived this as a level 2 body awakener. Well, it seems like my space powers are not reported. I was bloodied and unrecognizable most of the time. Every candidate was busy with their own thing. Varian gave a smile and wanted to get to the sole reason he wanted to be an honorary student. Finally. You're first in the practical test. You can make a reasonable request. Varian braced himself and asked the one thing he did everything for, Sia. Due to the huge disparity in the levels, Varian was helpless against this move. But he didn't panic. He kept his back straight and stared at Eric. Eric kept the aura lock on and opened Varian's documents. This included criminal records, Varian's fights in the Leon Training Hill, his encounter with Abyssals in the dungeon. In the end, he even checked his late parents' records. Varian knew his request was sensitive. If a cadet's information was revealed to the enemy, they'd be passive. So if Varian was a terrorist or had a personal grudge against the cadet named Sia, revealing her information would be equal to putting her in danger. A few minutes passed and Varian finally felt the surrounding aura loosen. Your file is pretty clean. But I can assume you're a terrorist who's trying to get the info about a cadet. I'm even wondering if the attack on the hill is related to you. Or else, why that request? Eric tapped the table and raised an eyebrow. If he believed it, I'd be dead already. He's just testing me. My father was a solider, and he sacrificed himself in a war against Abyssals. I grew up wanting to be like him. Varian stated his first point and established empathy. Even in the dungeon, I barely survived. If my friends were a bit late, I'd be dead. With the second point, he implied that if he was a terrorist, he'd never had to face such a situation. I risked my life to save my friend I met less than a year ago. The final point was to prove his own character. That was all he could say. So you want to join the Imperial Academy to be a responsible officer and fight Abyssals? Why would you want to inquire about someone? Eric tapped the chair and said in a solemn tone. It's a personal reason. What I can say is that I'll go to any lengths for that request. Varian said. Eric looked at Varian's determined eyes and fell into a brief thought. There will be quite a few cadets named Sia, but there won't be many. I can reject his request, but he might approach factions of those prime families in the academy. He recalled Varian's personal record of going from unawakened to level 2 in a matter of days, and even more impressive, his feats of sacrifice in dungeon and his risk to save his friend in the entrance test. He might have gotten lucky to advance so quickly, but he caught up with his peers despite awakening so late. Most importantly, he seems to be a loyal lad. It'd be a pity if he didn't serve in the army. But I can't agree to his request easily either. Checking info about cadets is a serious issue. All right. Eric snapped his fingers and said, all right. Your request will be accepted. Thank you. Varian smiled. He was about to ask for the documents now, but you're forgetting something. Eric gave a crafty smile and continued, you can make a request and you'll need to pay corresponding merit points. Ah. Right. I have 510 MP now. According to the guide, 1 MP equals 2 KP. That's almost 1 million credit points. I'd be able to buy a large mansion. It was his first time possessing such a huge amount of money. Varian asked, I have 510 MP. How many 100 MP should I pay? Eric's smile widened, and he shook his head. So it's cheaper? Varian thought, but soon felt something was off with the way Eric was smiling. That sly, cunning and calculating smile. It's 20,000 MP. Eric said and patted himself on the back. 20k? Varian was dumbfounded. That's 40 million CP. That's too much, right? Oh, and I forgot to tell you, your prize 500 MP is the highest in the past 10 years. Eric decided to reveal the level of difficulty. Anything you do that benefits human armed forces is rewarded by merit points. Cadets usually earn it through missions. Eric explained. Usually a normal cadet earns 1,000 MP in their first year, 5,000 in their second year and 10,000 MP in their third year. Varian felt his legs wobble. A good genius would earn 2,000 in their first year and 8,000 in their second year, 20,000 in their final year. Varian almost coughed out blood. He finally knew why Eric agreed to his request. If gaze could kill, Eric would be dead 1,009 times already. Eric looked at Varian's indignant gaze and waved his hands. Do you know how sensitive revealing information about a cadet is? Besides, you asked for the data of all cadets named Sia. I'm not even asking you why you want their data. If I were you, I'd only laugh that I got a huge bargain. Varian gritted his teeth and squeezed a smile. I'm really happy. Yes, yes. You should be. Eric gave a heartwarming smile that would have charmed teen girls, but it only made Varian want to bury him in Mars. Varian took a deep breath and gave a formal salute. Fearing he'd beat Eric if he turned back, he walked out of the room. He guessed Eric's intentions. They were threefold. 1. To get so many merit points, Varian would have to spend a long time in the academy. This would prove his loyalty and also expose the hidden connections, if any. If he came out clean, his request would be fulfilled. 2. To get the merit points, he'd have to work hard. The sooner he wants them, the more work. This meant the academy would gain a highly productive cadet and perhaps a high-level Awakener. 3rd. The request was delayed but not denied. So Varian wouldn't be able to complain to management if he ever got the chance. This old fox, your plot was smart. Varian's stiff smile disappeared after he exited the room and replaced by a sneer. You just misunderstood one thing. I went from level 0 to level 2 in 10 days. I relied neither on potions nor on precious fruits. I have a system. He sauntered in the path. You thought I will take years. I'll finish it in a few months. Varian didn't know how, but he knew he'd do it. He lost belief in himself in the past year, but now, with every battle, his self-confidence was growing back to its peak. He was going to give his best. The number of months depended on his luck, and luck only favored the prepared. The same thing happened in the entrance test. He got the 10 merit points due to his own efforts. The final material on the hill was because he survived until then and climbed the hill. He was indeed lucky to get that opportunity, but to even reach till there, he needed a lot of effort. Varian inquired about the cadet comm, and it replied that he was in an administrative block of Imperial Defense Academy. After he lost consciousness, the space shuttle reached Earth, and the selected candidates were shifted to the campus. Varian got excited and left the block. There was a crowd in the field gazing at the hologram list. Varian looked up and saw that it was the rankings. Written test, combatant, Varian Narcissus Adair Ryan. Practical test, combatant, Varian Narcissus Ryan Adair. Ha ha ha. Narcissus, you're destined to be only second. A loud mocking laughter sounded in the crowd and the students turned to see the source. Adair pointed at the rankings and sneered at Narcissus Xander. Narcissus' face was flushed, and he was shaking in rage. Who is this Varian? He growled, and no one answered. Fuck my luck. Varian decided to slip away instead of making a scene and was almost successful. Varian. I'm first in the test. I'm the best. Kyle hopped off his hover bike and bragged. Kyle, please tell me, Did I kill your dad or snatch your wife? Why do you always push me into the abyss? Varian felt like crying as he turned around to see Narcissus stepping towards him. Oh shit. Here we go again. Before he left, he whispered, "This is a campus, don't worry. You'll be alright." Varian knew that fighting on campus wouldn't be overboard and he'd be safe, but he still wanted to beat Kyle. "I swear I'll pay back," he vowed. "Are you going to bully an Awakener at a level lower than you?" Adir stepped up and blocked Narcissus's path. "Do you really dare, Adir Karen?" A blue light flashed from Narcissus's heart and covered his body. The air got heavy, and the aura rioted. Adir glanced at the people, pointing their fingers at Narcissus, and felt everything was worth it. He channeled the mana in his body, and the ground shook. An earthen spear made of rocks rose from the soil and aimed at Narcissus. "There is nothing I don't dare. Besides, him getting first only proves you can only be second. You lose to your brother. You lose to a nobody. You'll never be first." Adir gave a condescending smile and said out loud, "It's true. Narcissus always lost to Charles. Charles was always first. I guess some people are destined to be second." The murmurs increased and Narcissus felt his blood boil. He glared at the crowd and was about to attack them. These people deserve to die. Boom! The earth spear was suddenly blasted, and the crowd shifted their gazes. There was a teenager the same age as Narcissus. He was bulkier and taller than an average man. He was menacing. At that moment, he crushed the earth spear with his hands and shot at Adir. Varian only saw a few flashes in front of him, and a few rocks rose into the air. Boom! The broken rocks and stones scattered in all directions. Boom! Boom! The teenager leapt onto the floating rocks and shot at Adir. At a breakneck speed, his fist was about to break Adir apart. Humph! A shield made of multiple layers of rock appeared in front of Adir, blocking the offense. Crack, crack, the teenager's fist continued to break the layers but slowed down due to the interruption. His fist broke the last layer, but by that time, Adir channeled his mana and the earth slid him to a safe distance. Ryan Albert, a student, exclaimed. "He's the best friend of Narcissus, but is it alright to fight here, even if his grandpa is a marshal?" Huff, ha! Ryan stood panting and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Ryan Albert, is that the grandson of the Sovereign Albert? Imperial Academy is indeed the hub of the best talent and background. Varian thought and observed the status quo. Cough. Cough. Adir's expression was pale, and it didn't seem like he had the upper hand in the battle. "You, wait." He gritted his teeth and walked away. Before leaving, he also glared at Varian with a pair of venomous eyes. "You're blaming me after butting in? I guess my luck is off the charts." Varian facepalmed mentally and processed the strength of these monsters. They were at level 3 and progressed quite a bit, even in level 3. At least for now, Varian didn't think he had any chance of winning. But he could delay their victory if his space path gets to level 2. He can defeat them if he advanced to level 3. Ryan nodded at Narcissus and glanced at Varian. With a snort, he walked away. Varian saw the almost imperceptible shaking of Ryan's fist. It seemed that he had to leave to recuperate. Now who opposes? Narcissus flashed an arrogant smile and dashed to Varian. Varian was about to teleport when "Assemble," a cold and young voice sounded and Narcissus paused in his tracks. It was quite comical as he stopped in the middle of jumping. A few students snapped a few shots and saved it to their cloud. It's the aura lock. Varian observed the aura flow near Narcissus. Narcissus was a level 3, so the one locking him must be old. But the voice just now was young. The cadets moved slowly and suddenly, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. They hurriedly assembled into a standard rectangle formation. Varian turned around along with others and they saw a young woman flying towards them on a sheet of ice. She was flying at least a few hundred meters above the ground and approached them in the blink of an eye. She jumped from the great height, and everyone braced themselves for the impact. But just before she landed, Varian saw bits of water bubbles appearing under her feet. They slowed her down, and she landed gracefully. What others found as beautiful, Varian found it skillful. He glanced at her name, Sarah. She was flying on ice. So she must be a water awakener, at least level 5. Usually, only third years are in level 5. The shortening of test period resulted in many complaints. Sarah said slowly, but her voice, strangely, seemed to be amplified and everyone was able to hear it. Her voice seemed to be amplified. Is she a dual awakener? He wondered. Most of the cadets didn't notice the difference and instead nodded at her words. The test was supposed to be for 24 hours, but it ended in a few hours. But the academy still demanded 10 merit points to join. Of course, there were complaints. But there were many batches of candidates and theirs was just a single batch. They justified their decision by saying only end results matter. But you had the perfect opportunity to get more points when the city was in chaos. On normal tests, such a thing would be impossible. Abyss Lord would kill even the top students with ease and the best top students can do is to kill Abyss Commander. She said. The subtext was that they had their risk but also the chance. If they failed to take it, it was their fault. Well, if it was a normal entrance test, I surely wouldn't be an honorary student. I might not even advance to level 2, which meant I wouldn't even be accepted here. Varian thought and felt that despite the dangers, he was better off because of them. Now, you have a gift from the academy. She snapped her fingers and hundreds of small black squares flew towards them. Varian wanted to open the comm and a holograph in front of him. He looked around and saw no one could see it. It was directly reflected on his retina and was invisible to everyone. The white screen displayed his basic info, Varian, first year. Honorary student. Current merit points, 510. Cumulative merit points, 510 shop, mission, messages, opening ceremony on 5th, Octave. Your set of uniforms would be delivered to your address. Your guardian form is yet to be filled. Do not try silly things like hacking your MP, level 9 technocrats are in charge of the database. If you still dare, you'll be sentenced to death. A few students shuddered and turned silent. Technocrat path could be taken by telepaths at level 7. Mind path, level 1 to 3, telepath, level 4 to 6, technocrat, level 7 to 9. As their title suggested, they were capable of controlling any technological device through their mind. From space shuttles to electricity transmission devices, it was all literally a thought away. Technocrats also keep track of the meta-net and monitor important databases. There was a time when humanity had to face hostile AIs. Everyone thought it'd be a protracted war like in movies of old Earth, but technocrats ended the war in weeks and proved their prowess. If they didn't have even this measure, everyone would hack and merit points would lose their value. Varian shrugged. The opening ceremony is on 5th, say your goodbyes and be prepared for death. Getting into the academy is only the beginning. She snapped, and a huge hologram popped up in the air. It displayed the average mortality rate of the academy, 23%. Varian felt a bone-chilling sensation. Nearly every 1 in 4 died. The crowd fell silent. Abyssals are hostile and bent on exterminating humanity. We are the ones responsible to protect humanity. We must rely on hard work and discipline. Any fight between cadets must happen in duels, under supervision. Infighting will only weaken everyone. She glanced at Narcissus and hardened her already emotionless tone. The academy isn't training thugs. Remember that you are in the most prestigious academy of Human Federation. So she witnessed the fight, but will Ryan and Adir get anything more than verbal punishment? Varian thought. Ryan was the grandson of Albert, one of the 8 sovereigns. Adir belonged to Karen family, one of the 3 prime families. The family heads of the prime families were sovereigns. Ryan and Adir are punished with 40 MP. That's half of their MP reserves. Sarah seemed to know their doubts and answered. Don't take this lightly. If your MP balance is negative for a month, you'll be expelled. She waved her hands and water spheres appeared in front of her. With a flick of her hand, they turned into an ice dragon. Disperse. Sarah stepped on the ice dragon and flew into the air. Narcissus left with the crowd. He seemed to be bothered by something and certainly not Sarah's warnings. At least no fights for now. Varian sighed in relief but soon frowned. I'll need to get to level 3 soon. I should at least be able to protect myself. I can't always expect someone to uphold the rules for me. Varian reached the briefing location for science students. The students were just leaving, and he saw a bunch of female students surrounding a guy. Every student was a beauty who'd have a line of her own pursuers, but now she seemed to join a line to pursue one guy. You're really smart. You're the number one. How about we collaborate on a project? Can I ask you some doubts about systems overlap? The teen girls spoke coquettishly and winked at the guy. Their intentions were obvious. Varian would have ignored it if the guy wasn't Kyle. Kyle seemed to be embarrassed, and he kept shaking his head. But Varian swore he saw a smug smile on his face. Even though he rejected their advances, he was enjoying the attention of the opposite sex. Your uncle. I got first, and I almost got into a fight. He got first, and he is getting his ass kissed. Why the difference? Varian felt envy for the first time and decided to pay off his debts of gratitude. He recorded the conversation with his new comm. Thankfully, there was a stealth option. Thus, the pickup lines of girls and Kyle's refusals, including the 3D video, were captured. The girls finally couldn't bear and started their final attack. Kyle gave his befitting replies with a shy, but strong smile. Are you single? I'm taken. I don't mind sharing. I don't want a harem. I can convince your GF. My GF will kill me. Kyle opened his arms and yelled. The girls stood disappointed. Some of them started crying. The scene aroused the envy of men and anger of women. This scum. Why him? Why her? Varian saw Kyle escaping on his hover bike and didn't bother him. Instead, he edited the video with his new comm's advanced technology. The conversation changed to, are you single? I'm taken. I don't mind sharing. I want a harem. Sharing is caring. I can convince your GF, then my would-be GFS, come. The video ended with Kyle opening his arms, seeming to be asking for a big hug. He deliberately didn't change the initial parts for it to appear more authentic. Before he hit send, he had to confirm one thing. System, just now, I almost got into a fight with Narcissus. So was it due to Kyle or your presence affecting my fate? Host, even though this system acknowledges that its presence makes your life more threatening yet equally rewarding, it never estimated things to go to this degree. Your friend seems to have a special talent to worsen your situation. That's something we both can agree upon. Varian nodded and decided. Wishing Kyle a good day, he sent the video to Maya. She would first believe it, but she'll get a message that it was edited after a few hours. Kyle only had to do one thing, survive those few hours. Varian returned to his apartment and slept soundly, knowing that one person won't be getting any sleep tonight. From Kyle's apartment, there was a howling of a sad creature. It was filled with despair and fear. Varian. The sounds of slippers slapping flesh and broken kitchenware continued till dawn. Varian woke up the next day and saw an unexpected guest at the door. Kyle. Varian walked to him and patted him on the shoulder. I knew you would survive. Ouch. Kyle whimpered at the touch and glared at him. Varian withdrew his hand and coughed solemnly. Some injuries are inevitable. You really wanted me dead, didn't you? Kyle said in an aggrieved tone. After he got home, he was ecstatic about his awesome first rank. Then Maya visited him. He thought she came to celebrate, but without a word, she attacked him. Everything at home, from utensils to showpieces, was used as a weapon and Kyle could only dodge. He begged for mercy, and when he was about to prove his innocence, Varian's message arrived. Maya, come in. Varian ignored Kyle and welcomed her in. Of course, Kyle followed them in. Kyle, Maya and Varian seated themselves in the living room. It was a modest room with no decorations. There was only a couch, a table and a few beanbag chairs. Join me in breakfast? Varian asked. Yes. Kyle said out loud, and Maya nodded. After all the beating he took last night, where was any room for dinner? Good. Varian nodded and ordered meat dishes of magic beast and veggies of specially cultivated plants. Why so expensive? Maya questioned. She knew Varian wasn't poor, but he wasn't rich either. But now, everything Varian ordered was expensive. The breakfast would cost at least 1,000 CP. The average income of an adult was only 5,000 CP. Everything in the academy needs merit points. My credit points are useless there. I might as well splurge these 4 days before I leave. Varian shrugged. Our classes start tomorrow. Maya said. So I want to say something. With that, she stood up and bowed. Hey, what are you doing? Varian tried to stop her, but she insisted. Kyle told me what happened in Abyss. Her shoulders trembled, and she continued in her choked voice, you would have died. Yet you risked your life to save his. Under her, droplets of water splashed on the floor and Maya said, her voice full of emotion, I'm really glad. I and Kyle have a friend like you. Varian felt uncomfortable. Even though he didn't try to think much of it, it was true that he risked his life and almost died. In this day and age, it was not uncommon for brothers to backstab each other and for sons to kill fathers. Relationships like these are too rare. Varian sighed and said, I'm not asking for your gratitude. If you still keep doing this, it'll make me feel like I did it for your thanks. Maya raised herself back up and wiped her tears. Varian glared at Kyle, and Kyle looked at him apologetically. He accidentally blurted this out yesterday during his beating. That led to her current scene. But her reaction was considered normal. Being so indifferent after nearly dying a few hours ago was the abnormal thing. Fortunately or unfortunately, both Kyle and Varian were this abnormal people. Your order has arrived, the AI informed, and Varian signaled to Kyle and exited the room. Since he retaliated against Kyle yesterday, now he gave him a chance to reconcile with Maya. Varian felt like he was following the system's principle of a balance. Kyle gave him a thumbs up and started consoling Maya. Baby, I'm all right. I'm alive. I almost lost you. If I ever go into dangerous places, I'll tell you. Promise? Promise. Maya raised her tear-stricken face and glanced at Kyle. Kyle felt his heart skip a beat and leaned down to, boom. Kyle and Maya jumped and saw food being slammed onto the table. Varian looked at them and coughed. Let's eat and talk. He started his breakfast while cursing them mentally, you guys. I'm still single. If you want to kiss, go kiss in your bedroom. Why do you have to come and kiss in my home? Varian ate voraciously, almost like he was taking revenge on food. Kyle and Maya ate in small bites. Maya giggled, you should find a girlfriend so you won't be jealous. Varian took another large mouthful of food and didn't look up. I'm not jealous. Kyle teased, we can totally see. Varian looked at them for a second and gorged on another steak. He was already planning revenge. I'm not interested in finding a girlfriend for now. But when I do, I'll come to your house and kiss her in your living room. They finished breakfast, and Varian ate half of the share. Fortunately, he ordered a lot, and it was sufficient for everyone. So what's up? You haven't filled the Guardian form, right? Kyle asked. Varian nodded. Guardians would be informed when the cadet was injured or needed help beyond what Academy could provide. For example, recuperation in case of severe injuries inflicted by aura could take up to weeks or even months. Medical bots weren't enough to take care of the injured in such cases, and Awakeners would be needed. So every cadet must fill a Guardian form. Orphans wouldn't fill anything, but that almost meant they would be in danger if they face risks. Sometimes, treatment needed high-cost medicines and only your close ones would spend their money on you. Sometimes geniuses were crippled, and the Academy only gave them treatment. It was only their guardians who really took care of their close one. "Fill my mom's name," Kyle said and shared her info. "Your mom. I never saw her." Varian cocked his head and recalled. He knew Kyle for almost a year and visited his home quite a few times, but never saw her. "Well, I saw her 10 times after in last 5 years." Kyle coughed. Varian rolled his eyes. "Don't worry about it. She said I can contact her in case of emergencies. That will extend to you as well." Kyle patted his chest and assured him. Varian still hesitated. Maya said in a reproaching tone, "You get into risky fights all the time. If you get serious injuries, who'll take care of you? Only the nurses in the Academy won't be enough. They'll just give you the standard treatment. You'll need to at least inform us." Varian sighed and said, "All right. I'll do it." He thought of the form and his new comm opened it automatically. He glanced at Kyle's mom's info, name, Allison. Age, ____________________ level, ________________________________________________________________________ He signed the form under their watchful gaze. "Varian, I know you are going to the Academy for some important reason. I won't ask, but please take care of yourself." Maya stood up and said solemnly. "Is this how having a sister feels like?" Varian wondered, and smiled at her. "I will. I don't want to die." "I know you won't die. Good guys like me only live for 100 years, bad guys like you live for 1,000. Kyle grinned and said. Varian's face twitched. "Guess I should have sent the clarification a few hours later. This is our small gift." Maya took out a small gift box from her pocket and put it on the table. Varian opened the gift and saw it was a 5-star space ring. "This is too expensive. It costs at least 20,000 KP. I want to ret, hey." Varian saw Maya and Kyle running out of his home. "Just take it. You'll need it, anyway." Kyle's voice sounded, and they literally escaped on their hover bike. Varian chuckled at their antics and accepted their gift. His current space ring was a 1-star treasure, and it was filled with aura crystals, which would be enough for a while. He checked the inside of 5-star space ring and realized the space was at least as vast as a typical mansion. "If I had this space ring, I could have gotten all aura crystals from that room." He imagined having all those aura crystals. Most of them were crushed. He shook his head and bound the space ring to himself. He returned to his bedroom to sleep some more when the black box on the table caught his eye. It was the box he found in the ruins of his old home. Only he could open the box or it'd destroy the contents. "I couldn't open it when I was unawakened. Now I'm a level 2 body awakener, I wonder if I can open it now?" Varian thought and decided to give it a try. There was no sign of it opening. "Arg!" Varian yelled and exerted his full strength. Creak, the box shook a bit more, but that was it. There was no more movement. "Is there some super secret stored in it? Something I can only access if I have enough strength? Or else why would Mom set the opening condition so high?" Varian speculated. Perhaps his mother left him a secret. Maybe the true cause of her death. Maybe Sia would know. To find her, he needed to. "I shouldn't be resting." Varian gave up thoughts of sleeping more and decided to train. Status, Body Path Level 2, 0/225% Greater Human Space Path Level 1, 30/100 Low Teleportation Space Binding. Should I focus on 2 paths equally? Or should I double down on one? Varian recalled the recent battles. Ideally, a high single-level path can be used to pull up the low levels of other paths. If my body path is level 7, I can use that strength to easily raise my space path by venturing into dungeons and fighting for resources. But he didn't have that luxury. In the fight with the Abyssal Knight, the major reason he won against a level 2 body Awakener despite being a level 1 body Awakener was because of the unfair advantage, space path. Teleportation helped him dodge the attacks he couldn't otherwise, and space binding absorbed a good part of the attack, allowing him to fight head-on. Without them, he'd have lost for sure. If I can master these two paths, I'll be able to fight stronger enemies. That'll be my unique advantage, right system? Host, there are also dual awakeners. Your unique advantage is when you awaken in more paths. 3, 4, 5. Exactly how many paths do I awaken in? Varian was really curious. Guess your uncle. Varian cussed. This system has no uncle. But it has a creator. The system unexpectedly replied, sparking his interest. Who? Guess, useless sigh. Varian stopped midway. This system seemed pretty useless outside helping him awaken in more paths, but it also helped increase his talent to a ridiculous level, directly using aura crystals to advance to next levels at a great speed. Never mind, this system was actually great. Take permission to Murloc Island. I'll grind there for 4 days. Varian and ordered his comm, to maximize my combat power, should mix these two paths' powers and form my own fighting pattern. Right now, space path is the weak link. So first I'll master my space powers, then integrate it with body path powers. The plan was perfect, but there was a catch. With his greater human stats, he'd not be able to completely focus on his space powers. Space Awakeners hone themselves in skills to perfection and use them seamlessly because they would only practice space skills as a pure Space Awakener. My level 2 body path is a hindrance here. My higher reaction speed means I would dodge instead of teleport. My higher defense means I would trade a blow instead of space binding. There was nothing wrong with dodging instead of teleporting when he could, but overdependence on one path would mean he wouldn't be able to integrate many paths into one fighting style. System, can you suppress my body path or something? He asked on a whim. Of course. But you have to be willing. Varian was surprised, then nodded. He felt something shake from deep within. He didn't resist and let it act. The next moment, he felt all the chi in his body sucked in and a wave of weakness wash over him. He couldn't see the minute details of things 100 meters away, nor could he hear the subtle rustling of leaves. He was a normal human once again. I lived like this for 18 years? Varian smiled wryly. His current physical state was equivalent to his pre-awakening. Even without chi, your body would still be as strong, and your senses won't drop. This system used its ability to give you the perfect state for training. Varian thanked it and carefully perceived the aura in his body. There was only space power in his body. The aura entered his body and slowly transformed into space power. Anyone who saw him would also think he was just a level 1. This method was unheard of, and Varian was once again shocked by the actions of the system. Order a 1-star sword from Treasure Union to be delivered at Murloc Island and pay the remaining money in my account to Mr. Gareth. Varian exited his home and ordered his comm. He got onto the hover bike and flew off to the Murloc Islands. What if I suddenly get into danger in this state? Varian questioned along the journey. Just resist it in your mind and then you'll be back to normal. The system's answer relieved him. But he was still somehow tense. As he reached the Murloc Island, the familiar ocean waves and the white clouds soothed him a bit. The water shone like pearls under the 2 suns. The Earth before Blink only had 1 Sunday. The Blink somehow split it in 2. The planets would have been devastated by such an event. Perhaps it was divine intervention, or maybe just the effect of aura. The planets stayed the same. A delivery drone flew to him and presented the 1-star sword. It was a red sword made from the bones of a crystal magic beast, famous for sharpness and resilience. Varian bound the sword to himself and became its owner. The hover bike descended. Time to test what I can do, he thought, and landed on the island. This is just like the first time. Except, his physical stats weren't as high. If what he felt the last time was curiosity, what he felt now was vulnerability. He still couldn't adjust to a weak body and its weak senses. Perhaps this was what they meant by, you can adjust to becoming powerful but cannot bear becoming weaker. Screech, screech, the Murlocs in the vicinity sensed his arrival. The humanoid creatures gazed at him with their vertical yellow pupils and dashed at him, beating their tail to the ground. Varian only noticed them after they were at a visible distance. If I had not suppressed my body path, I'd know the moment they are 50 meters from me. The Murlocs dashed at him with a speed higher than what he could currently exert. I am level 0 in my body path now. Only space. Only space. He reminded himself and brandished his sword. I chose an island with more Murlocs, but 10 for starters. Bring it on. He yelled and channeled the space power in his body. Click, click, the Murlocs reached him in the blink of an eye. They were all level 1 in body path and thus possessed better physical stats than the current him. Varian dodged all attacks except one, thanks to his agility and combat experience. The last attack was about to land on his chest, and Varian instinctively wanted to counter. He opposed the restriction subconsciously and regained his level 2 body path. Intoxicating strength filled his body, and without thinking, he punched back. Boom! His fist passed through the Murloc's chest and crushed its insides. Shit! I lifted the restriction. Varian teleported himself away and analyzed the reasons. Since he could remember, his biggest reliance was his body. This alien feeling of leaving his safety to space powers was disturbing his instincts. During his fight with the level 2 Abyssal, he used space binding and teleportation freely and without hesitation. That was because his body was his assurance, and space was just an additional power. So he couldn't adapt to situations where his body wasn't his biggest assurance. This would be not important now, but when he awakens in more paths and reaches higher levels, it could cost him his life. Space Awakeners don't fight fist to fist. They don't compete in speed. Varian tried to convince himself and control his body. System, restrict my body path, Varian said, and felt powerless once again. Screech, the Murloc screamed and rushed to him. This time, I'll do it right. Right. Space binding, solidifies space around anything in direct contact by using space power. That implied he could solidify space around his body. Just as Varian channeled his space power and solidified the space around his shoulder, the Murloc's claw was about to tear his shoulder. Creak, the claw slowed down due to the solid space, but it would still injure him if he let it. Varian slashed his sword at the Murloc's neck and jumped away from the claw. Even though it was a bit hard to cut the Murloc's neck due to its scales, Varian was successful in his first kill. The Murloc collapsed. 8 left. Screech, screech, the Murlocs lashed their tails at him and Varian teleported out. He could only control the general direction of teleportation and not the distance. So he ended up teleporting a bit too far. I can take them down one by one, he thought. Screech, his position attracted a new group of Murlocs in the distance. The 6 Murlocs joined the 8 old. Oh boy. Varian shook his head and waited in his position. It wasn't a wise decision to charge, being the slower one. Screech, screech, the Murlocs banded as one and lunged at him. Fuck. Varian cursed and dashed to the side. At that moment, the Murlocs whipped their tails at him. Only 2 were about to touch him. One aimed for his heart position and the other for his abdomen. He could go offensive or defensive. He picked the former. I'll have to try. Varian channeled his space power and bound the space around his heart position and abdomen. Grr, the tails slowed down due to the solid space but were about to pierce him nonetheless. Varian used the time delay and spun to the side and swirled his sword elegantly. Thud, thud, the two Murlocs collapsed, and Varian created a distance from the rest. Varian felt a bit more closer to space. +5 XP, Space Path Level 1, 35/100, Screech, the Murlocs dashed at him and Varian slowly got comfortable with his space powers. From using space binding to block just 2 locations to 3, to 4, 5 and, finally 6. +5 XP, +5 XP, +5 XP, Space Path Level 1, 50/100, Varian grew more and more proficient at space binding. The only thing limiting him from space binding his whole body was his level. Plus, if he space bound his body, he'd have to break the solid space to move in case of abrupt danger. Thud, thud, the Murlocs collapsed one by one, and soon, there were only 3 left. I can try that again, Varian thought. Screech, the Murlocs clawed at him. He dodged with ease and swung his sword at a Murloc's neck. This time, however, he used space binding on the sword just before it was about to touch the Murloc's neck. Screech, the sword slowed down at a critical moment, causing the Murloc to escape, and it swung its tail at him. Damn. Varian knew it was likely to fail, but still felt it was a pity. The usage of space binding in defense was obvious. But using it on offense was difficult. Varian's idea was to space bind the sword and solidify the surrounding space just before it touched the Murloc's neck. The neck would clash with the solidified space, breaking it at the cost of the scales on the Murloc's neck. Thus, his sword would easily slice through the scaleless neck and harvest its life. If he mastered this, it would help in mastering space power and also boost his attack to cut tougher surfaces. Of course, the premise was the perfect timing of space binding. Solidify space a moment before contact and Varian would have to swing the sword against the solidified space, thus weakening his own attack. Solidify space a moment later, the sword was already slicing through the scales. A body Awakener would have way easier time reacting in that small time period. I had no problem doing it as a level 1 in the Abyss, Varian thought, but decided to keep trying. Screech, swish, thud, Varian's red sword danced in the air and continued to reap the lives of the Murlocs. He wasn't able to time the space binding during his attacks, but he was getting closer. After finishing the last Murloc, Varian moved through the island and found another group. Screech, this time too, he followed the same tactics. Dodge what he could. Block what he couldn't with space binding. Take down a sizable portion without much risk and then try using space binding during attacks. He kept slaughtering. He took breaks in between. He kept practicing. But he kept failing. First day passed. Varian stayed on the island for 16 hours the second day. He pushed himself, but there was no progress. To be able to time the space binding just before his sword made contact seemed beyond his current, human, limits. On the third day, Varian got an idea. Instead of relying on his body sense, he'd rely on his space sense of sorts. He didn't possess a complete space sense yet, but he developed something similar during his epiphany in Abyss. With this sense of space, he was able to roughly control his teleportation direction. What if I use it to sense the space accurately and time my space power with it? If I can feel the space of the sword just before it clashes with the Murloc, I can space bind it at right time. Varian thus gave up combat training and meditated on his hover bike. He channeled his space power and tried to feel the space around. He could roughly sense himself and the directions relative to him, but distance was out of question. He used the aura crystals to replenish his depleted space power and saved a lot of time for his practice. Despite the lack of progress, he didn't give up. He turned off all disturbances and continued to meditate. He now felt a closer connection to space. His sense of direction improved, and he could sit down and tell the distance of something closer to him if he sat down and meditated. It wasn't useful for combat, yet. But there was an irrefutable benefit. +10 XP, Space Path Level 1, 60/100, this feels good. Varian woke up from a deep meditation session and felt like he was forgetting something. Today's the 4th day, right? He checked his time and felt like killing himself. 6 a.m., 5th octave, 520 YAB, there's only 1 hour before the opening ceremony. Praying he wouldn't be late on the first day, he rushed to his academy at the highest speed, breaking all airway traffic rules. Can I make it in time? The second-year cadets managing the program stood in the background, ready to handle any problems. Click, click, deep and periodic footsteps resounded and everyone in the audience felt the air turn heavy. It was as if they were carrying a weight on their shoulders. The cadets lifted their head and saw the man stepping onto the stage. He was in military uniform adorned by the medals and his rank demanded respect, High General. The only rank higher was Marshal. There were only 3 marshals in the entire Human Federation. The cadets held in their breath as the High General, with a scar running down on his left cheek, reached the podium. They knew him. So they felt even more suffocated. He was Xander, the commander of Earth forces. A legendary level 9, poised to be a sovereign in the future. He also had another identity. Dean of the Imperial Defense Academy. I hope you prepared yourself for this. Xander began his speech with a light tone. However, his indifferent expression didn't waver in the slightest. You came here for different reasons. Money, power, recognition, and more, these are what drove humans since times immemorial. He paused. Most of the cadets felt connected. They were hailed as geniuses since childhood, but still worked their ass off to pass the entrance. Why? Why so much hardship? Why spend training 14 hours every day for 3 years? Of course, there was an all-encompassing reason to save humanity. To protect everyone. But what about their personal reasons? Despite being hailed as geniuses, they sacrificed their social life and immersed in training. Most in the room were from middle-class families. They weren't so poor that they had to fight for 3 meals a day. They weren't rich that their future was secure. They wanted to secure their future. More strength ensured money and influence. A position in military made life meaningful and respectable. The recognition in military was unlike any other. So they embraced the hardship to make their dreams a reality. The premise of everything you want is survival. Xander's voice turned deeper. After Blink, we went through nuclear wars, Murloc crisis, but never was our existence was so threatened than by Abyssals. Ask your grandparents, if they're still there, about humanity's first war against Abyssals. The cadets clenched their fist and tried to calm themselves. Their grandparents witnessed the darkest era of humanity. They lived in bunkers. Ate leftovers. Slept in common dorms. They had no life to speak of. They just survived. Xander took a deep breath and suppressed the grief building inside him. Today, we're at a crossroads. We can finish off the Abyssals and achieve peace or be taken down by them, one by one, like Pluto. Some cadets started crying. Just 6 years ago, Pluto was invaded and captured by the Abyssals. More than 1 billion humans were slaughtered. Abyssals broadcasted the slaughtering of cities in major social media. It was a traumatizing experience. Especially for the ones who recognized their dear ones. Some of them lost their parents. Others their elder siblings. A few, their relatives. But everyone crying lost a dear one. They couldn't even give them a proper burial. Right now, we are in a delicate balance. We have 8 sovereigns and they have 8 abyss kings. This is our chance. After pushing them into despair, Xander's words kindled hope. Right now, we can defend ourselves, but we can never rest in peace until we end them. The day we have the 9th sovereign is the day humanity achieves peace. Xander lied. If only things are so simple. But it's good to give them hope than despair. As intended, there was a fire in the cadets' eyes. Even if only 8 out of 50 billion humans became sovereigns, they wanted to give it a shot. I hope to see a sovereign from you. You are the future. Xander concluded and stepped back. The human anthem started in the background, and everyone stared at the Human Federation flag on the stage. The cadets stood up and saluted. They sang together. With passion, devotion, and grief. Humanity started from tribes, to villages, to towns, to cities, to kingdoms, to empires, to nations, and united as Human Alliance. Human Alliance evolved into the Human Federation. It was an arduous journey, but one that saved humanity. The anthem ended with the iconic line that kept humans alive. Hope in our souls last forever. A woman, also in military uniform, walked onto the stage and spoke. Your 3 years is your best opportunity. Your performance will be awarded with merit points. The cumulative merit points you have at graduation will push you ahead of your peers. Corresponding to your MP, you will start at a higher officer level, get faster promotions and have more authority. The cadets were inspired and aimed to earn the most merit points. The second years looked at them and shook their head. They had the same thoughts. But reality proved them naive. They signed up to take care of this event for merit points. They'd never imagined being in this position a year ago. A second year will give you a tour of the academy and inform you of the basic info. We'll end the ceremony by awarding the first 3 of the entrance test. The female officer said and smiled. Despite having the lowest time, all the top 3 came from a single batch. She glanced at Xander, and he nodded lightly. Ryan Albert. Ranked 3rd overall. Ryan stood up and sauntered to the stage. His head was high, and he looked casual. Xander shook hands with Ryan and said a few words of praise. Ryan was the grandson of Sovereign Albert and had one of the strongest backgrounds. The cadets felt it was natural. Narcissus Xander. Ranked 2nd overall. Narcissus Xander stood up stiffly and scurried to the stage. He clearly didn't like being called second. Narcissus was the second son of Sovereign Julius Xander. Him getting second was also natural and didn't earn any envy. Xander followed the routine and said something extra, which made Narcissus mad. I thought you'd be the first. Your brother Charles was first in his entrance test. My bad. Narcissus barely held himself together. Xander might respect his father, but he had no respect for him. So Narcissus kept himself in check from this so-called future sovereign. Very inconstant. Ranked 1st overall. Narcissus felt veins pop up on his forehead. He just couldn't forget this name. Why? If you just died, I would have been first. Now everyone says I'm inferior to that bastard Charles. His blood boiled, and he was barely holding it in. The cadets were eager to see who this mysterious person was. He even surpassed Narcissus Xander, undoubtedly the strongest freshman, by a long shot. There was envy and curiosity at Varian. The auditorium was silent. Everyone waited for this first ranker to show himself. And they waited. And waited. The silence persisted for a while and it turned awkward. The woman on the stage signaled to the second years, and they checked the IDs of the ones in the stadium. They shook their heads at her. What guts? The woman thought and looked at Xander. His face was expressionless as ever and he gave her a brief look. I wish I was a telepath and communicate with your mind, Mr. Xander. She lamented. Very inconstant. First rank. Come on to the stage. She said perfunctorily. She'd just have to repeat one more time and be done with it. Final call, very inconstant, are you here? She was about to end the fiasco. Yes, ma'am. Varian dashed into the room and yelled. All right. I fucked up. He broke all the speed limits and picked the best airplane for interplanetary travel. He was still late. Please step onto the stage. The woman looked at him with a weird gaze and said. The cadets were bewildered as they watched this tardy first ranker. He seemed slightly embarrassed, but his back was straight and he didn't dodge any gazes. No need. Xander said curtly. He gazed at the new students and said sharply. Late by 1 second can kill your comrades and fail your mission. If you're late, you're not worthy of being a solider. The cadet's gazes for Varian changed from curiosity to slight disdain. After all, punctuality was one of the pillars of military spirit. I don't really want to be a solider. I just want to find a girl. Varian groaned inwardly. He wanted to be a savior since childhood, but that didn't equate to being a soldier. He just wanted to be the strongest and solve all problems. Ah, the naivety. Not punishing a first mistake will set a precedent. All your current MP is fined. Xander said and disappeared in the next second. All the cadets were amazed at his actions, but only one was really bothered by his words. My MP. Varian wanted to return to Murloc Islands and start a kill frenzy to relieve his frustration. The cadets below gloated at his misfortune. They couldn't be envious of Narcissus and Ryan because of their background and personal strength. But Varian? His aura was only a level 2's, and he seemed to have no background. Narcissus smiled at Varian, but the latter only ignored him. To be honest, Varian didn't really care what the Academy thought of him. His current advancing speed made him realize that he was in a different race. His only worry was 20,000 merit points. Now your assigned seniors will take you to visit facilities of the Academy and inform you of important things. The woman said. Varian checked his comm, and reached a group of students gathering outside the auditorium. There was a young man standing in front of the group of 20 students. He kept a cheerful smile and answered the questions one by one. A level 3. Varian felt the aura from the senior. Trash, a voice uttered beside him, and Varian saw Narcissus joining the group. The students turned silent and the senior's smile stiffened. Hurry up. I have things to do. Narcissus waved his hands. He looked down on everyone. But even more so on guys older than him, but at the same level. Yes. Yes. The senior gave a flattering smile and snapped his fingers. A hover bus arrived, and the students seated themselves. From time to time, they glanced at Varian and talked in a low voice. This guy, why did he get first? Did he cheat? Such a waste. He doesn't deserve it. He's only a level 2 like us. Why him? He was a level 2 body awakener, so he heard everything. It seemed that he was already famous among his peers. Ugh. I think I'll just focus on getting MP and growing stronger. It's not like I came here for friends, even though it would be nice to have a few. The bus flew through the roads, and Varian saw the skyline of Imperial Academy. The buildings truly pierced the clouds, shining with glittering lights as the hover cars flew around them in the airways. The sight was a wet dream of the sci-fi fans of old Earth. Bonus points if they're into architecture. There were some hologram lists in the distance. Varian saw these lists at various places along the way. But his attention drawn by the buildings. Spiraling towers for research, vast domes for practice, and special crystal buildings for advanced departments. These are the statues of founding fathers. The senior stopped the bus for a moment to give them a clear view. Varian looked up and saw the huge statues at least 100 meters tall. They were made of a special glass and looked real. The statues of 3 men stood tall and proud. They were the founders of the Human Alliance. Under the statues were several large stages enclosed in a transparent sphere. There were some students fighting inside them. There were a few teachers in special uniforms supervising the duel. Varian observed one of the duels. A student's hand transformed into a claw and he shot at his opponent at a speed he could barely register. His opponent waved his hand and tens of weapons, spears, swords and axes shot at the charging opponent. All of them were at least 2-star treasures. Boom, cling, the shock waves from the clash exploded the wind and were about to spread outward. Bang, the enclosing sphere stopped the shock waves from going any further, and Varian sighed in marvel. That guy is Beast Morpher. His speed is at least 20 times higher than mine. What the fuck? The other guy is a telekinetic. They are all at least level 4. Varian began to realize that he entered a den on monsters. Those are the dueling rings. If you have grudges against anyone, you fight. Death is usually prohibited, but death matches are allowed if both parties agree. The senior said, and the bus took off. They were taken to a large and tall building with at least 200 floors. It was in the middle of a huge field of trees, flowers, and a few ponds. This is your dormitory. Honestly, the accommodation is better than many luxurious hotels. There are bot services for everything as well. The senior scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. Any questions? He asked and glanced at Narcissus. Thankfully, he put on a VR headset and seemed immersed. How do students get expelled from here? Varian asked in a solemn voice. Be punctual. That's hard for you. Haha, the senior stared at Varian for a moment and almost laughed. Perceiving Varian to be only level 2, he let go of inhibitions and sneered, there are 3 cases. If your balance MP is 0 or negative on the last day of a month. If you don't pass the test every month, if you're crippled or punished. The senior seemed to generously explain, but his tone was plain mockery. Varian wasn't bothered by the so-called senior's manners. He just wanted answers. Now I have 0 MP. So I'll need to get some MP soon. Plus, having MP helps me progress quicker. Merit points are everything here. One can purchase anything, star treasures, special pills, elixirs. Even private tutoring from high-level teachers can be requested with enough merit points. How to get merit points? Varian raised his hand and continued to question. Anything you do can be awarded merit points. Say you killed an Abyss Lord, you'll get a few merit points. But if you kidnapped one, and used them to negotiate and free a corresponding human Awakener, you'll have way more merit points, the senior rubbed his chin and said. He concluded, and the students nodded. Only Narcissus stood aloof. Then he continued on the topic of gaining merit points. Your classes will start from tomorrow. After 2 weeks, you can start doing missions. Missions are the main source of merit points. One can earn from tens to hundreds of merit points every mission. He said and saw his juniors getting excited. He poured cold water on their enthusiasm. 25% of those join never make it to graduation. The air turned still. They weren't present when that senior girl, Sarah, told the same stuff. Varian wondered as he watched the students go pale. 2% drop out. 23% die. He sighed. Perhaps he was missing his friends he'd never meet again. The senior continued, out of those 23%, 13% come from first year, 3% in second year and 7% from third year. So the right people having your back is important. For your missions, you'll be forming teams. Single missions don't exist. He glanced at Varian inadvertently and others caught his hint. Wait, what? Am I being blacklisted already? Varian saw their gazes and knew his credibility took another hit. No one would bet their life on a guy who was late for a military school on the first day. In fact, it wasn't about being late. It was about the commitment. 1,000 reasons wouldn't bring back a fallen life. The student's gaze told Varian he wouldn't be able to join in any team for his first mission. So, basically Varian had 0 merit points now and needed some merit points before 45th to not get expelled. The major source of merit points was a team game. He'd not be let into any teams. That also meant he'd likely not any merit points from missions. Don't worry too much. Everything is already fucked. Nothing can go more wrong. I'll just try to think of a solution. Varian cheered himself. There was one more thing he needed to clarify about being expelled. The tests. What's the process of tests? He asked. We have 8 months in a year. 3.5 months for one semester. So 7 months classes for every academic year. You'll need to pay 20 merit points last day of every month to attend the monthly test. You all have at least 10 merit points from your entrance exam. You'll need to earn 10 more on your first mission. He snickered. Solar calendar or runic calendar had 8 months on the basis of the 8 ruins. Each month had 45 days. So one needed to pay 20 merit points on 45th. The students inadvertently glanced at Varian, but with pity this time. Varian looked calm on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing the 9 generations of Xander. None of my peers will team up with me. I'll need 20 merit points by 45th. So I can only go by myself. But single missions are suicides. I thought things couldn't be worse. He panicked for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and calmed himself. I've been at death's door multiple times. The odds were horribly low. I still made it through. Why can't I make it here? I will. Instead of breaking his will, the crises only hardened his resolve. The senior continued to chat, and more buses arrived. The students and the senior guiding them stepped down and had a cordial chat. Soon, there were 100 students and a dozen seniors in front of the dorm building. Varian was left out. Now the conversations revolved around the best beauties, team tactics and others. He walked to the entrance and saw the same holograph lists. There were 4 of them. The first list was in purple color. Second in diamond. Third in gold and fourth in silver. Each list had 10 names. The purple list was the largest and had a more grandiose font. Charles Xander 80k MP, Williamson 60k MP, Sarah 56k MP. A couple of students also took an interest in the lists and were checking them out. Senior, this is, a cute girl with a ponytail asked cutely. These are the ranking lists. Amethyst, diamond, golden and silver lists. Everyone in the academy can compete for the ranking. Her senior, a tall girl, answered with a sunny smile. These rankings are based on your cumulative merit points. The senior of Varian's group interrupted and stared at the cute girl. Amethyst list is ranking for the top 10 cadets of the academy, regardless of their year. Diamond list is only for 3rd years. Golden for 2nd and silver for 1st. He said out loud. His words attracted the attention of everyone on the field. The students gathered around the lists. After glancing at the amethyst list, they saw their own silver list. Varian 510 MP, Narcissus 130 MP, Ryan 100 MP. A guy whispered, so is Charles Xander the elder brother of Narcissus? He is the undisputed first. But Narcissus is just second. It might be inaudible to normal people, but everybody was an Awakener here, and at least level 2 at that. Every morpher and body Awakener a few hundred meters away were able to hear it clearly. Boom! A punch sent him flying, and he crashed into the wall. Trash, do you have any qualifications to say my name? Narcissus rubbed his fist and glared at him. The crowd evacuated the area in the blink of an eye. The injured guy slowly stood up and spat his blood on the ground, even that Varian got first somehow. You can't even defeat your peers. How can you compare to your brother? Damn. This is bad. I don't think is a coincidence. Varian felt the tension in the air and glanced around. He saw a familiar face. A deer. He fought with Ryan the other day and was fined. When he first saw a deer, he was arguing with Narcissus. He also mocked Narcissus after they returned. So I got caught in their crossfire? There was no way all of this was a coincidence. All the way till here, no one spoke ill of Narcissus. They didn't want to piss him off. Even after getting down the bus, Narcissus took off his VR set but stood alone in a corner. He stood out because everyone was keeping a large distance from him. So how can one neglect his presence so blatantly and trash talk him? It's orchestrated by a deer. The goal? Varian saw Narcissus walking up to him with fuming eyes. You are the reason I'm getting questioned. These fucking idiots question me because of you. No. You are that fucking idiot to fall for the trap. A deer was fined his MP, and he wanted you to be fined as well. Varian shook his head. There was no way Narcissus would listen to his reasoning. Varian wanted to avoid fighting for 2 reasons. One was to focus on his priority of getting 20k merit points. Second was to keep his space powers as a trump card. It was a deliberate decision. Third was that fighting Narcissus would likely start a revenge story of sorts. But now that trouble knocked at his door, he couldn't fight Narcissus half-handedly. He had to give his best or get thrashed. Varian channeled his chi and space power. A blue light flashed, and Narcissus shot at Varian at a breathtaking speed. Come. Narcissus threw his fist at Varian and Varian punched back. Shoo! The wind exploded at that moment, and everyone held their breath. There was only an eerie silence. The students widened their eyes as they saw a single finger stopping the two fists. It was as if this young man a few years older than him was an absolute monster. Click! Varian stepped back and got into a defense posture instinctively. His footsteps were the only audible sound for the few hundred meters. Everything and everyone was dead silent. Then a huge aura pressure descended. Varian felt like he was crushed under a mountain on all sides. Everyone on the scene, including the seniors, couldn't move. They all had the same feeling of suffocation and burden. Varian found Narcissus looking at the young man with a mix of emotions, the most of which was envy. Taking merit points and intentionally provoking trouble. The young man said slowly, but his voice reverberated in every ear. He looked at the boy who provoked Narcissus in the beginning. The boy's face was white and stricken. Under the pressure, he couldn't move his body. But his eyes were begging for mercy. Kneel. The young man said, and the pressure on the new student spiked. Plop, crack, the breaking of the knee joints rang in the field as the boy collapsed onto the ground into a kneeling position. Apologize, the young man spat out. I'm sorry. The boy looked at the young man, but seeing his glare, he understood and turned to Narcissus. He bowed his head and repeated, I'm sorry. Narcissus clenched his fist and looked at the young man. Charles, I didn't need your help. Charles shook his head as he glanced at Adir. I can't let my younger brother be led on. Narcissus glanced at Adir and understood the ploy. He felt even more humiliated by Charles's presence. He glared at Charles and walked away. His body was shaking with anger as his silhouette vanished into the dorm. Varian was shocked by the revelation. Charles Xander. Firstborn of the Xander family. First on the amethyst list. The first student in strength. He also understood why Narcissus hated being called second. But he didn't have the luxury to think as Charles turned to him. He raised an eyebrow and said, You're not from any major powers, yet you're still messing with the member of a prime family. Varian gritted his teeth but didn't answer. This guy was blind. When did he provoke Narcissus? He always stayed away from trouble. I try not to get into trouble, but I always end up there. Varian thought. The pressure on everyone except Varian was lifted. The crowd was able to move, but none did. Instead, they informed their friends of the event, and in no time, more and more students started to pour in. Kneel. Apologize. Charles said. Instead of waiting for Varian's response, the aura pressure on him skyrocketed and his shoulders slumped. Varian felt as if he was pushed down by a huge rock and his knees bent. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his bones. His legs shook, and before he knew it, his muscles were torn and blood vessels broken. The red blood flowed down the green garden. Varian was shaking uncontrollably as he struggled to resist the pressure, but he looked at Charles straight in the eye. He saw only indifference. To him, it didn't matter who was in the wrong. There was a common disdain to all humans here. I see. Varian desperately channeled the chi in his body to hold himself up as he realized he was wrong. My earliest wish was to end the war with Abyssals and bring peace. I wanted to save humanity. The pressure increased, and Varian's back was hunched. Now he couldn't gaze up. He couldn't even lift his head. Save from who? Not just Abyssals, but also these bastards. He gritted his teeth and realized that the dream he gave up long ago, becoming a savior, was still alive in his deepest corner. He gave up on it, but it didn't give up on him. At this moment, he knew what he must do to be a savior, even if he didn't believe he could do it. Save humanity from their own darkness. You're asking for it, Charles said, and a blue light surrounded his body. His hand turned into a wolf claw and he walked towards Varian. The audience now consisted of hundreds of students, at least 50 seniors and even a few teachers. No one intervened. No one even questioned. Strength, strength. Varian felt his insides churn under the pressure and spat out blood. Even if I want no trouble, I keep getting dragged into them. Maybe it was because of system. Or my own bad luck. Regardless, if I'm weak, I can be suppressed by anyone. What if I even find Sia? I wouldn't be able to save her with my current strength. I'll need strength. Varian told himself and spat out another mouthful of blood. Crack, crack, his foot bones were crushed, and Varian felt his body lowering. The pressure on him was just right to push him down, and he kept resisting it. So you want to keep resisting? Charles's icy voice sounded, and the temperature dropped. He turned to the professors in the crowd and asked, "What's the punishment for repeated aggression and intentionally provoking trouble?" A middle-aged woman among them replied immediately, "Fine MP in light cases. If there is any heavy crime, expulsion." "Yes, expel him. Expel." Charles turned to the boy who was kneeling since earlier and asked, "So who bribed you to provoke Narcissus?" The boy caught the hint. He pointed his bloody hand at Varian and yelled, "It's him. I knew he was shady. Expel this student. He is a disgrace to our academy." Yes, who knew how he got first? Must be cheating. Maybe he even colluded with Abyssals. One by one, the comments from students and professors turned more vicious. Varian didn't speak. He just remembered the voices. He'd keep them in his memory. "Kneel down if you want to be expelled intact." Charles snorted and the pressure on Varian doubled. Varian was crushed and collapsed. "Stop." But before he could kneel, a large hand made of water held him up. He turned around to see the same senior girl. Sarah. She descended from the sky and looked at the crowd before turning her gaze to Charles. Her gaze didn't have the worship everyone had, but instead there was a fire of rivalry. "We can check if this student really bribed that boy from his merit point records." Charles's face darkened. "Narcissus and this guy both attacked each other. They're even and will get fined," she said, but her tone turned persuasive. Everyone, including Sarah, knew Narcissus was the clear aggressor. But this was the closest she could enforce justice. Punishing only Narcissus meant retaliation from Charles, and no one here could afford it. Instead of getting expelled, fine of a few MP was indeed a blessing. Charles glanced at Varian for a moment, and then he smiled at Sarah. "If you say so." The pressure on Varian vanished, and he turned around to leave. Charles, a broken voice sounded in the field, startling the crowd. They turned around to see the bloodied figure slowly standing up. The crowd was eerily silent as they listened to the most preposterous declaration. First position was also referred as throne. There was no sharing a throne. So Varian essentially said he'd defeat Charles. Charles was already a third year. So if Varian really meant what he was saying, he would defeat Charles within a year before his graduation. The students previously admired Varian's courage to resist Charles. But now his words only aroused disdain. Even Sarah turned silent. Charles was the indubitable first. He was the strongest. Most talented. Most resourceful. Many level 9s and even a few sovereigns said on various occasions that he'd be the youngest sovereign. He was a level 4 when he joined. By the end of second year, he was in level 6. Most anticipate he'd break into level 7 in at most 2 years. He'd only be 22 and a level 7. Perhaps the youngest high leveler in history. He is hopeless. Everyone thought as they looked at Varian. Charles looked at Varian, then at Sarah, and shook his head. His figure blurred as he appeared 50 meters away, and in a few seconds, he disappeared. Only his voice remained. I hope everyone knows better than to associate with someone who challenges the Xanders. Everyone in the crowd, including professors, shivered. It was one thing about Charles. It was a different matter if the Xander family got involved. Xander family were the uncrowned rulers of Earth. Julius Xander was one of the youngest sovereigns. Many in this generation believe he would surpass the sovereign and reach a higher state. There were even cults who believe he'd be the savior of humanity. It was not wrong to say that Julius Xander might as well be the most important human alive. Once Xander family was brought up, the issue turned from Charles Xander's issue to Xander's prestige. The students hurriedly left. No one was going to risk their career by associating with Varian. The professors, who initially wanted to secretly help Varian, also gave up their plans. Sarah looked at Varian and shook her head. She left in silence. Even the boy with broken knees crawled away quickly with his Awakener powers. In a minute, only Varian was left standing in the vast field. He ordered his comm, ask for medical support. Your fight is a private one. You need to pay for your treatment. Currently, your MP is 0. Varian read the message and laughed. Dragging his broken body, he entered the dormitory. The doors to his room opened, and there was no one inside. His roommates apparently evacuated for obvious reasons. Thank you, I can have all this for myself. Varian entered the washroom and took a shower. His luggage was arranged by a bot long ago. He took out the medical box and applied basic treatment to his wounds. Even though not as immediate, it was better than nothing. Adding to that, he was a level 2 body Awakener. He'd heal in a few hours. Varian closed the windows with a command and took a deep breath. He slumped on the bed and recalled today's events. It was really the worst day to start academy. Before he could sleep, a notification sounded on his comm. You are penalized 20 merit points for your aggressive behavior. Every extra day, 1 merit point is added. That's exactly what I needed to hear. Varian cursed and put his comm on silent. He glanced at the ceiling and tried to cheer himself up. He was ostracized on his first day. Despite his optimism, he had to accept that he'd be isolated by both students and professors. He was all by himself again. Varian smiled at himself. Maybe he was a bit crazy, but he regretted nothing. If he knelt down and apologized, things wouldn't have gotten so far. But if he did that, then the Varian he knew would cease to exist. His belief in himself crumbled that night. He still dreamt of that night sometimes. He never forgot how he froze under fear and failed to save her. That was why he gave up trying. Even now, despite growing stronger, there were instances when he just wanted to quit everything and go back to his darkness. To be alone again. To never try anything again. To convince himself that he could never do anything great. That his dreams were merely dreams. Varian had all those thoughts. But, something inside him kept him going. He initially thought it was his mother's final words. But now he could say that a large part of it was also his own desire to live a life again. Her words gave the push he needed. He wanted to believe in himself again. That maybe all his dreams weren't just his delusions. Perhaps all the years he spent training were going to be worth it. Perhaps he would become someone he could be proud of. Maybe he could become a savior. Maybe bring peace. Maybe. But Varian was always only one step from sinking into depression. What kept him afloat was the constant progress and victories. If he failed once, he feared he'd go back again, and this time, nothing could pull him out. I must stay strong. Varian cheered himself. I have come a long way. I don't want to lay in the couch wishing everything was a lie and hoping all my problems would be solved by a miracle. Varian's breathing turned heavy. He felt a lump in his throat. He recalled the absolute despair and loneliness he felt. I believe in myself. I won't fail again. I won't. I won't freeze when someone I want to protect is under danger. Varian slowly fell asleep. An unknown time later, Varian found himself awake. Everything was dark. He tried to open his eyes. He struggled to move his body. It was as if there were chains binding him. Ha! Varian finally managed to open his eyes. He found himself in a familiar hallway. It was the hallway of his elementary school. A couple of kids were surrounding someone. Hey! Varian looked in astonishment as a kid passed through him. He looked at himself and realized he was transparent. You loser. You are the bottom of our class. You spend all day in gym, and you're late for class every day. Somehow, those taunts sounded familiar. Varian walked to the kid surrounding someone, and his eyes widened. He saw his younger self at the age of 13. He was beaten and bruised. There were around 5 kids his age with varying wounds, but they teamed up and cursed him. It seemed they had a falling out. Hurry up and drop out. You are a nuisance. It's not like you'd be anything great. Or be like your dad, join military, and die. Ha ha ha. Smack. The young Varian decked at the kid's chin and knocked him out. His young, immature voice was full of rage, "Don't insult my dad." The scene got ugly and turned into a brawl. Young Varian, despite his stronger body, took the most beating. However, all his opponents were knocked out. Monster. You delinquent, only fighting all day. The kids watching the fight ran away, spewing the curses. Young Varian didn't bother them. They didn't curse his dad. He walked out of the school building and sat under a tree. He gazed at every kid his age playing with their friends, chatting and laughing happily. Only he had no one. He curled himself up and his eyes turned red. I only remember this vaguely, but today I'm in the same position. Guess I'm destined to be alone. Varian followed the young Varian out and shook his head. Young Varian muttered, "I'll be alone." Then a warmth enveloped him as he felt someone hug him from behind. "I'll never leave you alone," she said. Young Varian turned around. Her long brown hair touched his neck, and her golden eyes stared into his. Varian and young Varian both said at the same time, "See ya." Young Varian felt her gaze and his face flushed. He said in mild annoyance, "What's there on my face?" Instead of answering, she touched his bruises and bowed her head, "I wish I could have helped you in the fights." "Hey, I'm strong all right. I don't need help. How can I be the peerless savior emperor if I can't even endure this little pain?" Young Varian said and patted his chest to reassure her. He accidentally touched the wound on his chest and flinched in pain. "Let's go to the infirmary," Sia said and helped him up. "I'm fine." "Really?" Young Varian insisted, but didn't resist. Sia touched his chest and felt the warm red liquid on her palm. She glared at him, "Is this why you wear red shirts all day?" Young Varian was silent for a while. "I don't want to be seen as weak." Sia paused for a moment and clenched her fist. She stopped helping him up. "Then I won't support you. I'll just walk by your side, with you. We'll have you treated at infirmary," she said and hopped forward. The sun was setting, and the students were leaving in groups. Young Varian looked at Sia as she turned back. "Let's go. You can't train tonight if you are injured." She smiled and extended her hand. Her brown hair was shaken by the wind, her golden eyes under the sunlight shone with kindness as she extended her hand to him. At that moment, he realized he was not alone. Someone understood him. Someone believed in his aspirations that everyone crossed out as silly. "Yeah." Young Varian smiled and caught her hand. He looked at his peers, who were with their own friends. He looked at Sia. He smiled from the bottom of his heart and whispered under his breath, "Thank you." They walked into the distance as their shadows merged. Darkness enveloped everything, and the next moment, Varian found himself on his bed, in his dormitory room. He felt something salty on his lips. He touched his cheeks and realized they were wet. Did this all happen? He felt empty inside. Why don't I remember anything? Are my memories? His eyes widened as he considered the worst possibility. I need to check. He glanced at the time and it was noon. He slept only for a few hours. Varian asked his system, are my memories altered? Host, this system does not do memory checks. TCH, some telepath must have done this. Psychics are high levels. Why would they even act on an unawakened like me? Varian decided to unveil the truth and asked his calm, can I go out of the academy? Yes. But only for today and return before 9 p.m. He breathed a sigh of relief and exited his dormitory. Click, ouch, he stretched his arms and legs. The injuries would take a few more hours to completely heal. But he could already perform normal activities without any problem. Varian walked out of the huge garden, boarded a hover bus near the dormitory, and exited the campus. Thankfully, transportation within the campus was free. He booked a hover bike with his credit points, and thought of the follow-up plan. He set the destination for the famous Bell Healthcare. It was founded by Creo Bell, one of the 8 sovereigns. He was also one of the 3 marshals of human armed forces. Creo Bell's divine path was Mind, level 1 to 3, Telepath, level 4 to 6, Psychic, level 7 Sovereign. Varian was lost in thoughts as the hover bike dashed through the airways. He soon approached one of the most luxurious areas of Earth. There were vehicles made of expensive alloys driving past him. They came in all colors and forms. Red hover bikes of adamantium. Black hover cars of ish gold. And so on. They only had one thing in common. These vehicles themselves were star treasures. This meant not only could they protect the passengers, but they could also attack the enemies. Varian's hover car was a rental and was thus normal. Soon, the hover car ascended and Varian widened his eyes as it soared into the clouds. Wait, WH? Varian paused as he saw a huge building floating in the clouds. The whole complex was at least the size of a football field. There were multiple exits with intensive security checks. Save Sia. Varian recalled his mom's words. If Sia is real, then why did Mom never speak about her? Is that part of memory also altered? Is that even possible? He thought as the hover car stopped at the security checkpoint. He showed his ID, and the security guards started their routine. Then why did she ask me to save Sia right before she died that night? Was Sia also with us and I just forgot? If then, did she already? Varian shook his head. No records of Sia I dream exist. My own records show no association with her name and Mom too doesn't have any records of adopting any girl. So Sia existed. After she got into the military academy, all her info online was erased, including her records with me. I should have known this, but I forgot everything about her. Varian came to a preliminary conclusion. If I restore the memory, I will be able to find her. Without knowing, his lips curled up. Maybe that was not the most rational conclusion. But that was what he wanted to believe. And believe he did. The security check ended, and Varian entered the hospital. He felt the rich flow of aura inside and felt a refreshing feeling from within. A single tile was worth 5k credit points and Varian watched his steps. The expensive show pieces hung on the walls, speaking volumes about the grandeur of this place. If there was an equivalent to old Earth, this building would be made of silver walls and golden show pieces. He reached the counter and the female cashier bowed, "Hello sir, what can I do for you?" From the stiff moments and lack of aura, he could tell that she was a robot. "I need a memory check and restoration," he said. Bell Healthcare was one of the most advanced company in medicine. They were, however, unrivaled in solving mind problems. A large reason was that the disciples of Creo Bell were the top doctors. If a telepath erases the memory of a person, Bell Healthcare would be able to restore it with ease. "Sure, sir. Please check the list and pick one." She swiped in front and a holograph listing the fee for each doctor appeared. Psychics are from level 7 and above. They're the best choice. Varian thought. If a psychic diagnosed him, chances were that his problem would be almost 100%. They were indeed the best choice, until he checked their fee. Forget it. Even level 7 psychic needs 800k credit points. If I had MP, it'd be 400 MP. Varian recalled his 0 MP balance and the additional 20 MP he had to pay. 1 karma point equals 1000 credit points. 1 merit point equals 2 karma points. Varian cursed himself for not spending all the MP on the first day. He checked the next best. Level 6 telepath. Even though telepaths weren't as good as psychics in mind control, they were much stronger than mind awakeners. 300k credit points. Varian saw the price and almost punched the price holograph. Should I just postpone this? No. This is too important. Varian decided and searched for a way out. He already spent all his savings of 300k on the 2-star treasure. Those 300k were his own savings and his mother's inheritance. Now he had nothing except his house. House. Varian clicked his tongue and decided to sell the house. All his luggage was in his dormitory, anyway. Even his hover bike was in the campus. The house itself was a compensation by the government since his old home was destroyed by the magic beast. Varian opened the comm and set the house on sale. It would sell for at least 350k. But he had no time. From tomorrow till God knows when, he'd not be allowed out of the campus. With his 0 MP, he couldn't consult the doctors on the academy. So he set the price at 300k on condition of immediate payment. He waited a few minutes and with a click, his comm notified, 300k credit points are credited to your account, great. Now I'm homeless. Varian felt like he was getting poorer every day. I'm broke, he wanted to yell, but he restrained himself and selected level 6 telepath. Please pay. Yes. Your bank balance is 3k credit points. Your doctor is waiting for you. The maid bowed and swiped something towards his comm. Varian nodded and followed the route sent to his comm. He passed through other patients. Most of them wore luxurious clothing but didn't rank high as awakeners. Varian reached his destination, and the door opened. He stepped in and saw a graceful lady sitting in a chair. She nodded at him and signaled for him to be seated. Varian was anxious as he sat in front of her. Please relax yourself and I'll give you a check. You'll be unconscious for a few moments. Her voice directly sounded in his mind. Varian nodded. Each room of telepath was monitored by high-tech surveillance and synced with authorities' database in real time. So the patients didn't worry about being exploited. Varian was looking at her and the next moment, everything turned blank. The telepath extended her mental force and probed into Varian's brain. She reached the memory storage section and searched for the signs of intervention by other telepaths. A few minutes later, Varian woke up. Now that you know where my memory is tampered, restore it. Varian was excited and asked in anticipation. There was no response. She looked at him with a weird gaze. Your memory is not altered. This star was their unique symbol. The strange thing was they were seated on either side of the table but left a single unseated chair in the middle. The unoccupied chair was also more luxurious and higher than the one they sat on. On it was a large mirror. The Thunder Abyssal King of Thunder Abyss, connected to Neptune, said, Demon King, I heard Enigma stole a low altar in the cross-tunneling formations from an Abyss Lord. The Demon Abyssal King of Demon Abyss, connected to Earth, gritted his teeth and replied, that bitch. Yes. She keeps running all around the place. How does she escape the Abyss will? No one answered. Each Abyss had an Abyss will. None could catch Enigma. They all wanted to kill Enigma, but she hid from all the Abyss wills. Demon King's voice turned low, if I knew how, the Holy Altar would still be safe. The atmosphere turned dull when Holy Altar was brought up. Everyone in the room had a tense expression on their face. They should protect their Abyss's holy altar at all costs. Demon King clenched his fist and sighed. Just by that action, the air in his palms exploded and sent shock waves enough to kill a level 4 Awakener. It's my sin. He sighed and slumped in his chair. The Water Abyssal Queen of Water Abyss, connected to Venus, yawned and said, "So, old man, you are compensating for the sin?" "Yes. Don't take my place. I'll convince His Majesty." Demon King looked at his equals and spoke with a serious face. He was an Awakener of body path. So his physique was the strongest in the room. His brawny physique and rough done would have intimidated others, but his peers were monsters in their own right. "All right. If you say so." Demon King was extremely grateful and was about to thank them when a light flashed from the mirror on the empty chair. The Abyssal Kings and Queens, the power ceilings of Earth, the nightmares of humanity, stood up, bowed their heads and put their hand on their heart position for the imperial salute. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Sit." A magnetic voice sounded from the mirror. An Abyssal appeared in the mirror. He was seated on a luxurious throne and wore purple clothes. He was at least 9 feet tall and looked at them silently. Even though he was present on the other side, millions of light years away, he exuded an aura of majesty that demanded respect and submission. The Abyssal Kings felt veneration from the bottom of their hearts. The Abyssal Queens felt a burning fire in their eyes, but quickly suppressed it. They weren't worthy of him. He only loved his Empress. The strangest part was, His Majesty had no marks on his face. Abyssals from level 1 to 3 had marks on their chins, level 4 to 6 on their cheeks and 7 to 9, including Abyssal Kings on their foreheads to indicate their level. But the Emperor of all Abyssals had none. He was different. Special. Unique. He said unhurriedly, "How is the cross-tunneling mission taking place?" Thunder King replied, "We've occupied 5% of low-level dungeons on Neptune. 66 level 3 genius students were killed." Despair Queen replied, "We've." One by one, everyone presented their performance report. Demon King replied the last, "We've occupied 30% of low-level dungeons on Earth. 100 level 3 geniuses were killed." Everyone looked at him in surprise. The pace was highest, despite Earth having a lot of dungeons. The Abyssal Emperor, on the other side of the mirror, raised an eyebrow but made no special comments. "Anything important to report before we proceed to the main mission?" he asked. Thunder King nodded and said, "Your Majesty, he is growing stronger every day. I'm afraid." "No worries. Let him gather all the 6 artifacts. However strong he grows, he won't be able to escape my palm." The Abyssal Emperor said curtly. His tone allowed no refusal. "Yes, my ignorance." Thunder King bowed. He wasn't dissatisfied. Abyss Emperor's decisions were always right. He was their savior. Their hope. "Your Majesty, we can conquer the solar system if you allow us. We now have spies and some control over humanity, unlike our first war. This time, even the heavens will suppression on us won't save their lives in bunkers." Despair Queen of Despair Abyss, associated with Uranus, said, "Please give us a chance. Like Pluto, we'll take down their planets one by one. We'll fulfill our mission. Please." The other 7 nodded and voiced their agreements. "Enough. You know why Pluto is conquered," Abyss Emperor said, and the room turned silent. "Any direct confrontation would kill millions, if not billions, of your fellow Abyssals. Will you answer their families?" Abyss Emperor glared at them as he spoke word by word. "If humans are our only enemy, I'd still do it. It's better to pay the short-term painful price to secure victory. But humans aren't even our main enemy. We must win the battle with humans, but not at the cost of losing our war." The rulers of the 8 abysses clenched their fists as each of his word pierced their heart. "We don't have to wage a full-scale war to destroy humans. There was a glint in Abyss Emperor's eyes. Let them be distracted by our movements in the dungeons. Speed up the steps and we'll be victorious with the least bloodshed. The Abyss rulers nodded. Abyss Emperor glanced at Demon King and asked, "Did you find it?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Demon King stood up and nodded. "So who is willing to pay 10% of their lifespan to accomplish this mission?" Abyss Emperor asked. "Me. This life is for Abyss race. Let me contribute." "I want to contribute too." All 8 Abyss rulers raised their hands. Demon King looked at them and gritted his teeth. "You bastards. Lying so blatantly to this old man. Fine. I'll still be the one to retrieve it and atone for my sin. I'll send my clone as well." Abyss Emperor disappeared, and the mirror dimmed, leaving behind only his magnetic voice. "His Majesty is so kind. He is even sending his clone. If not for him, we'd never have found the way to save our race. If not for him, we'd be like stupid villains in human novels and believe that sending dungeons to Earth would be enough to kill humanity." The praises continued, and the atmosphere was full of hope. They were confident in their victory at the expense of human extinction. What they didn't know was the one with the potential to stand against them was banging his head in a hospital. "My memory is not altered? Then what about those dreams?" Boom! Varian punched the interior of the vehicle. It shook for a while, leaving a small impression. Varian came back to his senses and cursed himself. There's no way everything I saw could be false. Sia must exist. Varian glanced at the setting sun as the hover car crossed the ocean. He recalled the scene where she extended her hand to him. He didn't know why, but he could feel the kindness and acceptance from her. He wasn't lonely. "I can't be too emotional." Varian shook his head. "There are only 2 possibilities I can see. One is that Doctor is right, so I never grew up with Sia. So someone or something is causing me to have those dreams." Varian wished it was false. But he couldn't rule out the possibility. If the dragon bracelet had the system which prevented him from awakening for so long, maybe something or someone was giving him those dreams. Varian's first suspect was system itself. With all said and done, he knew nothing about its origin or motives. "System, what is your goal?" "Host, this system's goal is for you to stand on the absolute top of the universe. Our goals are aligned." "Why? What do you want?" Varian shook his head and stopped asking. This system was hiding something very important from him. However, it said it would not reveal anything about itself but wouldn't stop him if he had the chance. Varian then thought of the second possibility. Second. The Doctor is wrong. She is a level 6 telepath. Maybe she can detect a level 7 psychic. But what about level 8, even? Even if they want to erase my memory, why would a level 8 psychic come down for an unawakened 17-year-old teen? Any level 5 or 6 telepath is more than enough. But if it's really the second possibility, then I should be worried. Varian sighed, but despite the troubles it meant, he wished the truth was second. Then his dreams about Sia would be his memories. Their bond would be real. As he drifted into the thoughts, the hover car finally reached his dormitory. Varian absent-mindedly walked up the floors and reached his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the aura crystals. He absorbed the aura and felt it turn to chi and space power. He focused on the chi and tried to adapt his body to it. The other times, he tried to sense space around. He immersed himself in the state and time slipped by. "Your class will start in an hour. The location is sent to you." The comm notified. Varian opened his eyes and saw the suns just rising from the horizon. It was 5 a.m. At the same time, system prompted. Plus 10 XP body path level 2, 10/200 plus 0 XP space path level 1, 60/100. Varian felt the chi in his body was better integrated with his body. However, there was no significant improvement in his space power. Am I missing something? He didn't study the divine paths in detail. He was focused on combat. His peers, once awakened, studied the divine paths thoroughly. I can ask a tutor. He thought and changed into the uniform. He reached the first year's teaching block. It was a large complex with many buildings connected. He saw every student was going to one of 2 lecture halls and checked his comm. There will be 3 types of classes every day. General classes, you'll be taught general knowledge, leadership and more. Combat class, you'll duel with your peers and hone your combat under supervision. Speciality class, divine paths will be explained. Now it's a general class. Varian entered a lecture hall. It was already bustling. More and more students entered and chatted with their new friends. Everyone was quickly forming their own group. They're preparing for the missions. Forming a team early would be beneficial. Varian took a seat and the students in his row left their seats in a hurry. Even the ones in front of him moved away. It was as if they were avoiding a plague. Varian took a breath and calmed himself. As I thought, I can't form a team with these guys. Soon, the lecture hall was filled, and the clock hit 6. A middle-aged man appeared on the stage. He was in a lab coat, strange for a military academy. His aura indicated his level to be only level 4, but no one despised him. He must be a researcher in the Military Academy of Sciences. They were the people who built most of their technologies. Angering them would result in no good results. He didn't even bother with introductions and started his speech, or lecture. We'll start from the beginning. His voice resounded throughout the hall. The students perked their ears. Why did blink happen? The old sun was split into 2 due to some unknown events and aura was released suddenly. Humans couldn't adapt to this sudden spike and died. A female student with curly hair answered. He repeated, why did blink happen? The subtext was, why did the sun split into 2 in the first place? The female student opened her mouth but couldn't find the answer. No one really knew. It was holding aura inside from the beginning and it split when its limit is reached. She gave her opinion. The professor shook his head and said, aura is compressible. Even if aura was compressed, leading to it bursting out, then sun would implode, not sit. Everyone nodded. But the question still remained. The professor stretched his arms and said, this is the reason. A hologram of a black and white spaceship appeared in the class. It was way different compared to human space shuttles, which were closer to ancient aeroplanes. This one was disc-like. It was similar to what old Earth humans called as UFO. The students looked at it for a moment, and soon they gasped. Isn't this the ghost ship in urban legends? Yes. I thought incidents reporting its appearance were publicity events. The murmurs increased. Ghost ship was the nickname for this flying saucer space shuttle. Since the advent of Blink 520 years ago, there were many instances with humans claiming to have seen this ghost ship. Initially, it was struck off as someone trying to start the UFO cult of old Earth. But fast forward into the future, the incidents still remained and only increased. The government declared no evidence of ghost ship was found. But the increased popularity despite lack of evidence cemented its position as an urban legend. This ghost ship was the one that broke Sunday. That caused the re-emergence of aura. The lecturer stated. Aura existed everywhere in the universe. Today's humans only explored a few star systems close to solar system, but aura was found everywhere. Thus the consensus was that aura existed everywhere except solar system till Blink. Why? The aura of solar system and its vicinity were locked by something we don't know yet. This ghost ship broke these chains, if you will, and aura broke loose. He said, and the class turned silent. Now you must be wondering who can even seal up the aura of the entire solar system. We all know who they are. The professor paused for a moment. Varian thought for a moment, and his eyes widened. They. More and more students reached the same conclusion. Devas were the mythical civilization before humans. With the advent of aura resurgence, on the 8 planets of solar system, independent small worlds, similar to dungeons appeared. They were called ruins. These ruins were the enduring legacies of Devas and were filled with special beasts, magical herbs, heavenly elixirs, and rare resources. Any ruin was a treasure trove filled with traps. Humans initially thought ruin was the same as dungeon, but only later realized that they belonged to different sources. Ruins weren't explored until the last century due to their difficulty level. But that exploration saved humanity. You're right. Devas are the ones who sealed the aura. We don't know why or even how. He nodded. The hologram changed to pictures of ancient structures of old Earth. The pyramids. Then it zoomed in and highlighted on the Ankh symbol common across the pyramids. Another hologram popped next to it. It showed an independent world with its own ecosystem. It looked similar to Dungeon or Abyss, but the skies were blue and the whole world was much pristine and richer. Different magic beasts, mythical-style buildings, and a tall tower piercing into the sky. The only thing common across all these structures was the Ankh symbol. This is just one of the proofs. Most of the Deva legacies in the normal world were destroyed. So our ancestors didn't know that there was another civilization before them. The professor swiped away the holograms and continued, "We only knew this because ruins appeared after Blink." "What's the implication of this finding?" he asked. Varian answered, "We're not alone. There are more races, civilizations across the universe. They are more advanced than us, both in divine paths and in technology. If we survive the Abyssals, we'll eventually clash with a foe far stronger. Since even Devas perished, we humans must be tread with caution." The students shuddered. But the professor nodded with a smile and was about to praise him. Just then, he recalled the info shared by his colleagues yesterday and refrained. He nodded and signaled for Varian to sit. Varian didn't care about his reaction, but was fascinated by the newfound knowledge. "So where did this ghost ship go?" A student raised his hand and asked. "We don't know. No one was able to catch it. It just appeared and disappeared many times at random places and random times. But there's a theory that it is related to the Abyssals. That was how they found the solar system." He expressed his opinions and continued on with the History 101. Varian's mind was not on the boring analysis of the history following Blink. He read all that for his written test. The class passed, and the cadets had their breakfast in 10 minutes. Then they were free to pick their specialization classes. A Space Awakener could sit in the class of a Fire Awakener. Apparently, the goal was to increase the exposure. In that sense, it was less of a military style and more of universities of old Earth where anyone could attend any lecture without being registered in the course. Varian picked the body path specialization and reached the class. Surprisingly, it was in a garden near the block. There were few seats arranged under the sunlight. Only around 50 students were present. Varian sat down in the back. The same scene repeated and everyone distanced themselves from him. "I'm Akiho, level 6 controller in body path." A young woman with short hair appeared seemingly out of nowhere and introduced herself. She looked younger than she sounded and was petite. But no one dared to underestimate her. A level 6 body path awakener, either enhanced or controller, could crush a mountain with a punch. Body awakener, level 1 to 3, enhanced, level 4 to 6, body awakener, level 1 to 3, controller, level 4 to 6, reaching the peak of level 3, a body awakener could become either an enhanced or a controller. Varian only knew the basics, but didn't know the details. This class was perfect for him. "Let's start with the basics." Akiho snapped her fingers point up. The shock waves from the strength blasted the air and shot high into the sky. Despite the shock waves aiming upward, everyone felt a huge force slap them in the chest and were almost knocked out. Even though they didn't underestimate her strength, only then did they understand how strong she truly was. The woman in front of them was on the same level as an Abyss Duke. A humanoid monster. Since you all are just low level, we'll only talk about level 4 to 6. What's the difference between an enhanced Awakener and a controller Awakener? She smirked and questioned. Varian didn't bother to answer. Enhanced Awakener has all their stats equally increased with each level. A controller has lower stats compared to an enhanced, but they can increase any stat they wish, albeit one at a time. A student answered. Akiho nodded and said, to put it more intuitively, the peak of level 3 body Awakener is 100% greater human. The first 3 levels are compared on this metric. So from first level to third level, a body Awakener grows from 3% to 100%. But in level 4 to 6, there are 2 paths. Enhanced and controllers. Level 6 peak enhanced is taken as the base, and we compare the stats of all level 4 to 6 body Awakeners with 100% enhanced human. The students nodded. 100% enhanced human was rumored to be the strength to smash the largest mountains of Earth to pieces. So if you're an enhanced Awakener in your 4 to 6 levels, you grow from 5% to 100%. Everything is like a normal body Awakener in level 1 to 3, except you'd way more powerful. But, she gave a small pause and continued. If you're a controller, your overall stats will be lower than an enhanced of the same level. But you can boost one stat at any time and surpass the enhanced in that one stat. Some students were confused. Akiho shook her head and explained, a newbie level 4 enhanced has 5% enhanced human stats. So all their stats, strength, endurance, healing etc. are 5% of a peak level 6 enhanced. But a newbie level 4 controller has only 3% enhanced human stats. However, they can raise any one stat by 3%. So they will have all stats at 3% and one at 6% compared to their enhanced counterpart, who has all stats at 5%. The confusion was cleared, and everyone nodded. But everyone was a little dissatisfied with controller path. At level 6 peak, enhanced have 100% stats. Controllers have 90% enhanced stats. But, they can raise any of their stat by 20%. Varian too thought controllers were the weaker bunch, but now he changed his opinion. Controllers were more versatile. At their level, 110% enhanced strength was much stronger than 100% enhanced strength, since 10% of enhanced strength was a large number. Controllers also had the edge of raising any single stat at a time. So, while escaping, they can increase their speed. While defending, they can increase their defense. While attacking, they can raise their strength. Of course, controllers were not without problems. All of their other stats were lower than an enhanced. They could run faster, but they wouldn't have as much stamina as an enhanced. They could defend more by increasing their defense, but their attacks while defending would be weaker than an enhanced. Varian decided this will perfectly fit me. He questioned, how do I control my path choices upon entering level 4? The choice depends on what you do since you awakened as a level 1. She gazed at the students with a teasing smile. If you train each of your stats separately and extensively, your path will be controller. If you just train without extra emphasis on all stats, your path will be enhanced. Now, each of you, show your powers. The small test ended with every student having a small test by punching at Akiho's palm. She didn't flinch, even with Ryan's punch. Varian only used his body Awakener powers and didn't stand out. But Akiho could feel something different in him. All these students experienced combat and killed many. But no one had such a fine stance. This little guy is experienced. Akiho thought in appreciation, but soon it dissolved into a pity. He offended Xander's AI. Akiho skimmed the basics and started her first lecture. You need to focus on the aura converting into chi. This is the driving force for all body path awakeners. The class continued and soon Varian was bored. The goal of body awakeners in level 1 to 3 was to increase the concentration of aura and adapt their bodies to hold in more aura. At the peak of level 3, with 100% greater human stats, one could lift military trucks and kick away huge buses. You'll be informed of the next class. Ahiko said, and her figure blurred. In the next moment, she appeared hundreds of meters away. Charles Xander is at least as strong as her. Varian came to the stark realization that the one he challenged was at the level of his teacher and just in his 3rd year. He's a monster. Varian sighed in exasperation. Truth be told, Varian knew he would surpass Charles at some point. But the gap of 1 year put pressure on him. Even if everyone struck it off as gibberish, Varian was serious when he vowed to defeat Charles and take his throne. Level 6, usually, breaking through into level 7 will take years. So I could catch up. Varian convinced himself. Combat classes are starting in 10 minutes. Honorary students have separate instructors. Follow the address. Varian reached the dome structure. It was made of glass, but he couldn't see the inside. He saw a few auras approaching at a high speed. He glanced back and saw Narcissus, Ryan and Adir, along with other level 3s. To his surprise, there were a few level 2s following these young master figures. They used their strength to help their lackeys, huh? He shook his head and entered the dome. What greeted him was a white hall with a ridiculously high ceiling and loads of weapons strewn in the corners. There were even several heaps of weapons. Varian checked his location again and confirmed he was in the right place. Really? This is what honorary students get. There was 1 minute for the combat class to begin, and around 25 students gathered in the hall. 20 of them were level 3 and only 5 were level 2. That included Varian. Unlike others who plainly avoided him, most of them showed hostility. They were divided into 2 groups. One group led by Narcissus and Ryan. The other by Adir and an unfamiliar girl. Varian spotted the guy who gave the false testimony yesterday. He looked at Varian with contempt and arrogance. Varian ignored him and started thinking of the solutions to his predicament. His first goal was to earn MP for his fine and also monthly exam fee. You have to pay 21 MP. Plus 1 MP per day. Narcissus ignored Varian and glared at Adir. Ryan glared at the girl. My enemies also have enemies. Unfortunately, we can't be friends. Even though Varian hated Narcissus, he also hated Adir. Yo! I heard someone's brother intervened to help them out. Adir was the first to provoke. At least I didn't come to beg everyone to help my family out. Narcissus kept his cool and retorted. This time, Adir's face was flushed. He drew out his whip and was about to swing it when, formation. A voice sounded, jolting them to their senses. The body Awakeners had keen senses, and they were able to spot the source of the sound. Formation. The sound came from a heap of weapons, star treasures. Click. Click. A man pulled himself out of the weapon heap and yelled at them. Now. The dome shook for a moment, and everyone lined up in a rectangular formation. The students around Varian wanted to avoid him, but the man roared, stand in place. Only now Varian got a clear picture of the man. He had a bald head and was exuded a fierce aura. He was reminded of Gareth inadvertently. He wore the standard military uniform, and his tag read Seth. Instructor. As he approached them, Varian felt like a fierce beast was approaching him. Only Eric gave him a similar dread. Seth glanced at them and his gaze shifted to the level 2s in the group. Isn't this supposed to be honorary student group? Why level 2s? Ryan was about to step forward and explain, but he waved his hands. Do whatever you want. I just care about combat, anyway. The honorary students looked arrogant. They thought he was backing down because of their status. Let's start with the basics. Seth grinned and the next moment, everyone collapsed on the ground. Coo. Varian tried to move his body, but the ground held him down. It was as if the floor was sucking him down. Gravity. He looked around and saw even Narcissus, the strongest level 3 at the moment, also collapsed. Gravity path was one of the 3 divine paths of dimensional group alongside space and time. As its name suggested, gravity awakeners controlled gravity. Oops. I thought you were second years. Seth chuckled unapologetically and squinted his eyes. Varian felt his insides being twisted, and his muscles pressed. He wasn't able to breathe, and in a few minutes, he'd run out of oxygen. Level 2 body awakeners would still die from asphyxiation. It's all right now. Seth's voice sounded, and the pressure reduced the next moment, and Varian could barely move. Through his peripheral vision, he saw that everyone could barely move. Just like him. So he adjusted gravity according to our strengths? Wow. Varian was surprised as he struggled to get up. Your test is to touch the wall. If you fail, I will just teach second years. Seth said. They were in the middle of the circular hall. So they had to travel an equal distance to reach their destination. The problem was that it was at least 200 meters away from them. They'd scoff at this proposition in normal times, but now moving even 1 meter was a hurdle. Don't underestimate me. I'm the greatest genius. The students struggled to stand up. There was no progress. They were only able to raise their arms, most of them were still pressed to the ground. Even though it was not life-threatening, it was humiliating. Only Narcissus, Ryan and Adir managed to half-stand. After a few more minutes of struggling, Narcissus stood straight and took his first step. Ryan and Adir followed suit, and they each went in their own direction. An hour passed. Step by step. Step by step. The trio were just 25 meters away from the wall. By now, they were bleeding profusely and sweating like buckets. Adir kept using earth slides to force him forward. But under gravity, everything slowed down. Ryan used his body defense to withstand the pressure. Narcissus relied on his stats as a beast morpher. He approached the wall with a blue light covering him. Haha. What's your name? They suddenly heard a laughter from behind, and they turned around to see that peasant boy. He leaned against the wall and moved his sore muscles. Seth smiled at Varian. He seemed more than satisfied. You're first again. Narcissus gritted his teeth and wanted to attack Varian right away. But he stopped himself. He didn't want Charles to point out faults in his approach. Instructor, I think this test is unfair to level 3s if you adjust the strength accordingly. Narcissus said. His tone wasn't arrogant, which was incredibly rare. I'm just checking your power relative to your level. Seth didn't give a fuck and waved his hand. Narcissus gritted his teeth and said, then let him duel with a level 2. If he wins, I consider it fair. If he loses, he doesn't deserve to be first. Narcissus insisted, and Seth couldn't ignore him completely. What do you say? He didn't answer himself but turned to Varian. Duels required consent of both parties. Varian's clothes were drenched in sweat and blood. His path had the most blood footprints. But he was first. Upon hearing Narcissus' proposal, he nodded. Condition is I get to choose my opponent, and he pays me 50 MP for participating. Narcissus' smile brightened and was about to accept, but he suddenly paused. 20. Everyone widened their eyes at Narcissus. Shouldn't he usually accept the conditions since Varian would lose, anyway? This bastard. He knew I need MP this month. He also got the penalty for aggression. If I wait for a month, I'll need 50 MP just for penalty and 20 MP for exam. Varian gritted his teeth. 30 or the deal breaks. Great. Pick any level 2 you want. Narcissus said and laughed out loud. Varian checked the level 2s and knew why Narcissus was confident. The other 4 level 2s were all at peak of level 2. So there was a substantial between their strengths. Varian pointed his finger at the guy who testified that he bribed him to provoke Narcissus. You. Varian smiled through his bloody teeth. It was the smile of a demon. Maybe Varian was weak. But there was a good chance he had strength to back up his ranking. He didn't want to be the one to see the truth. The few level 3s had their own pride and didn't want to seek a fight with someone below. We'll fight without star treasures. Varian said. So he doesn't have high-level star treasures. Good for me, the young man thought. But he was still hesitant. He then glanced at Adir. Adir glared at him. He understood and nodded reluctantly. The lackeys behind Narcissus and Ryan snickered. They were all in the same position. But just yesterday, he offended Charles Xander. I must perform well and make up, he thought, and reached the dueling area. Varian arrived a few minutes later. He visited the infirmary, and since the injuries were for formal reasons, he was treated for free. Under the 3 statues of founding fathers, there were dueling stages. The stages were made of expensive alloys that could withstand the impact of level 6 attacks. Naturally, there was a price for duels. Narcissus did all the payment and Seth, the instructor, took their space rings. Varian's opponent also removed the star treasure accessories on his body. Why are you so confident? He smiled at Varian and walked up to the stage. Varian didn't answer and jumped onto the stage. He felt the aura coming from his opponent. It was higher than him. A step shy of level 3. But he had 3 advantages. His natural talent was changed by system. It might increase his strength. Second was his space path. If the situation deteriorated beyond control, he would just use his space powers and win. Third was his experience. I'll need to win this and prove myself. Although I can't bet on students forming a team with me, I can at least pay off the penalty. Varian took a breath, and the stage under him moved. The tiles shifted, and he was moved to the end of the square. At the other end stood his opponent. Why this formation? A thin, but firm, white hemispherical barrier enclosed the stage. Seth, Narcissus and Ryan, along with others, stood outside. No one was on Varian's side. They wanted to please Narcissus. Even Adir, the one opposing Narcissus, wanted Varian to lose. After all, Varian was fighting his henchman. Seth wasn't really happy with how things were going. If it was anyone else proposing the duel, he'd slap them. He's like his dad. Goddamn bastards. Calling themselves guardians of Earth, Xanders only want this planet, not the people. Seth cursed inside and looked at the stage. He could intervene if the fight turns fatal. The barrier wouldn't stop him. Before I beat you to the ground, I thank you. Varian gave a sunny smile, but his eyes were cold. Even though he understood his opponent was pressured by Charles to slander him, he didn't show any remorse. Varian wasn't strong enough to knock Charles down at the moment, but he could collect the interest from this guy first. You. The young man was furious and the temperature on the stage rose. On his fingertips, there were large spheres of fire. I'll roast you, he said and shot the fireballs at Varian. Fire Awakener. Peak of level 2. Varian clicked his tongue and jumped to the side. Boom. Boom. The fireballs blasted the stage behind and it shook a little. Just as Varian landed, a dozen fireballs the size of his fist reached him. They formed a semicircle and made his lateral dodging useless. Just how is he following my movements? His 5 senses aren't as high as mine. Varian rolled on the floor and dodged the fireball. Boom. 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 Before he could get up, the fireballs were already at his doorstep. Damn. Varian almost used teleportation, but thankfully, the training helped him restrain himself. Instead, he leapt to the side. Despite it being only a few dozen seconds, the intensity of attacks was high. Ha, ha, Varian panted as sweat rolled down his forehead and dropped onto the stage. Looks like you're all talk, his opponent said in a scornful tone. But only the ones outside could see his back was full of sweat. Damn. How did this guy dodge my strongest attacks? Seth also noticed the situation and commented, Varian is stronger than I expected. That kid won't be able to win directly. But Varian has less aura than him. So his opponent will do what he must for victory. I'll tire him out and win with my excess aura. The young man decided and let go of all inhibitions. He channeled the mana in his body and felt the fire element everywhere around. Through this sense of fire, even if he couldn't see Varian, he could keep track of him and attack him. Then he pointed his hands at Varian and dozens of fireballs appeared out of thin air. Go! Varian wanted to approach his opponent and fight in close combat. Low-level elemental awakeners were weak in close combat. But the fireballs were quick, and he couldn't move past them. Every time he wanted to move from another direction after dodging, the new fireballs were already about to hit him. Even with all his focus, he was only barely dodging. After all, Varian wasn't the peak of level 2. Boom! 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 The fireballs scorched the stage, but thankfully, the material of stage absorbed heat or Varian wouldn't be able to step on the large burnt areas for a long time. Looks like I have to sleep in the infirmary. Varian gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Give up. His opponent said and waved his hand. Shwa. Varian glanced at the dozens of fireballs shooting at him and knew he wouldn't be able to move forward and dodge at the same time. Each fireball was bigger than the last and was the size of a football. But... He sprinted forward without dodging this time. One hit and he'd injured. If he loses his agility, he'd lose without doubt. As he rushed forward, there was one fireball that was about to hit his left arm. Space binding. He channeled all the space power he could around his left arm and set the defense. The space around his arm was frozen right at the moment the fireball was about to contact. The fireball staggered a bit but broke the frozen space. Varian used this minuscule time and dodged most of the attack. Most didn't mean all. Bang! Hiss! Varian cried out from the burning pain. His shoulder was scorched, and the searing pain from it made him want to stop all this. No! He couldn't ignore the pain, but his feet kept moving. Due to his reckless action, he got a few moments, and he closed the distance by half, thanks to his greater human stats. You're done. His opponent was baffled and enraged. He suspected Varian was more stronger before the match, but after the match started, he knew Varian was only a level 2 beginner. So he didn't fear Varian. Instead, he was humiliated when Varian closed the distance. Burn! He yelled and shot bigger falls at Varian. His face was slightly pale, and he was sweating. Despite a higher aura reserve, he spent way more mana per each attack than Varian for his each defense. The dozen fireballs reached Varian in the blink of an eye. These were bigger and a complete hit would burn off a whole section of his body. Varian's brain was screaming at him to stop. But he dashed forward without hesitation. The fireball bigger was aimed at his chest. Come! He channeled his space power and froze the space at the right moment. The fireball staggered almost imperceptibly to the audience and Varian swerved to the side, dodging most of the attack. To the audience, it was as if Varian dodged the fireball at the final moment. Almost dodged. Bang! The periphery of the fireball hit below his right chest, and the skin was burnt immediately. The flesh on his chest was charred and his blood vessels ruptured. His liver was damaged under the high temperature. The pain filled his mind, but Varian's body charged forward without stopping. His brain was flooded by the pain, but his eyes were alert and his feet were moving. He was in front of the young man in the blink of an eye. Varian clenched his fist and was about to knock him out. No! His opponent yelled and spewed all the mana. A huge wall of fire stood before Varian. But only now were they slowly getting to know why this guy they looked down on so much was the first ranker. Varian was fearless and exerted his complete strength. Despite being the stronger one, his opponent was suppressed psychologically. He was disturbed and wasn't able to exert his full strength. Who wouldn't be in front of his abnormal monster? Pain. Battle. Death. Varian had no fear of these three. If an Awakener achieved such a state, they'd always fight at their 100% while suppressing their opponents mentally. But such a state can only be reached by a handful. It needs decades of practice. He's so young, so when and why did this guy practice so hard? Seth wondered but nevertheless, appreciated Varian. Ha! Varian dashed through the wall of fire. A burning pain spread from all his body. But in that moment, Varian only saw one thing. His opponent. Thank. He uttered and punched his opponent's horrified face. Click. Bang, his chin broke and he crashed into the ground and broke his bones. The scorching wounds from his left shoulder reminded him of his first injury. Die. A fireball shot at him. Varian dodged it as the fire on his body burnt through his muscles. I said I'll beat you. He kicked his opponent's left arm. Click, arg, the bones of left shoulder and arm were broken. The pain from his chest was another reminder to Varian. SP. He said, but the next moment another fireball shot at him. I return what I get. He kicked his chest. The ribcage was broken directly and he was gravely injured. After all, fire awakeners didn't have a body as strong as physical awakeners. The only reason he didn't die was because Varian was injured and could only exert less strength. Varian was about to continue when Seth appeared on the stage. Varian is the winner, he said and held Varian. Varian felt the world spin and the air hit him. The next moment, he was in the infirmary. Get well soon, young man. Seth smiled and said to the caretaker, put the charges on me. Varian took off his clothes and submerged into the healing pod. The healing liquid soaked him and seeped in. The adrenaline rush ended and the pain caught up to him. Arg, arg, he winced and spasmed in pain. It was horrible. He felt pain from every inch of his body. It was like every part of his body was grilled. Arg, kjtich, the healing liquid's effects finally set in. A cooling sensation spread through his body and Varian felt the unbearable pain slowly decrease. His frowning brows finally relaxed and he slowly fell asleep. Ding, Varian woke up puzzled and finally remembered the duel. He took the space ring near the pod and wore another set of clothes. You have been credited 30 merit points. You have 21 MP of penalty due. Do you wish to pay now? Pay. Penalty paid. Do not repeat the mistakes again. Penalty increases each time. Varian rolled his eyes and stretched his arms. There was not a single wound on him. His burnt skin, scorched muscles were all healed. Plus 30 XP, body path level 2, 40/200, Varian saw aura crystals vanish from the space ring and the next moment, chi in his body increased. It flowed in every part of his body. In blood, bones, muscles and organs. His body was also slowly becoming more adaptive to it. All his stats were increased significantly. 28% greater human, I should thank the instructor. He brought me here and also made sure Narcissus followed the agreement. Varian muttered and reached the counter to pay. The lady saw him and smiled, your fee is paid by Mr. Seth. Huh? Varian was puzzled but didn't linger any longer. It was 1 p.m. and the classes were finished. Varian grabbed lunch in the cafeteria and gorged himself. He saw a lot of students giving him weird looks. At first he thought it was because of his eating, but then he realized they were all playing and sharing the video. The title was Fire Won't Stop Me, cough cough. Varian wanted to slap the guy who named it. It was too edgy. It's weird. I have whole day after lunch. Shouldn't military academies be strict? He returned to his room and wondered. Then he shook his head. Everyone needs to meditate and take in the aura from the surroundings to progress in their divine path. This needs a lot of time. Presumably, this is the intention. Varian sat on his bed cross-legged and recalled today's fight. If the fight began with me our distance being closer, it would have been way easier. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. Elemental awakeners have weak bodies. Even though they can make up for it at higher levels, my peers can't. A direct hit will end the job, but most can't get close. He channeled the space power in his body and smiled, but I can teleport. Once I master teleportation, they will be taken down in one hit. Varian took out the aura crystals and started his training session. Even though today's match seemed like a narrow victory, it was because he didn't use his space powers. If it was a life and death match, the odds would favor him heavily. Varian absorbed the aura from the aura crystals, a luxury to most students, and synced into training. The aura converted into chi and space power. Varian lost the track of time and his calm woke him up. Plus 5 XP plus 0 XP body path level 2, 45/200 space path level 1, 70/100, no progress in space path. I should attend space specialization class. He noted and checked his comm. Tutors will pick their pupils in 1 hour. The clock hit 6 and a bald middle-aged man wobbled onto the stage. He was beer-bellied and walked with hands behind his back. He reached the center of stage and coughed twice for the dramatic silence. I'm Nox, supervisor of first-year students and a level 7 space awakener. He snapped his fingers. Varian felt something change. He tried to move his finger, but felt like he was hitting a very tough wall. He tried to move his legs, hands and head. Every time, he clashed with an invisible solid wall and couldn't move. He was familiar with this feeling. The space was solidified. Space binding. He covered so much area, without direct contact and so strong. Varian was awed. He focused on the space around him and channeled the space power within him. He bound the space around his hand and it clashed with space frozen by Nox. Varian focused on the space surrounding his hand and soon, he was able to somehow feel the space with an increased clarity. He could already tell the coordinates of an object from him since the practice on Murloc Island. But that needed him to sit down and focus. Now, Varian could feel a slight but important change. Plus 10 XP space path level 1, 80/100, I was trying hard to progress, but I got it in the most unexpected way. He chuckled to himself. The next moment, Varian felt the space around him revert. The students who were trying to break free from the solid space finally were able to move and thus almost fell from their seats. Varian imitated them, but while doing so, he channeled his space power. Then he knew exactly what changed. He was able to vaguely feel the space around him while moving. It wasn't perfect yet. But during combat, he could feel the space vaguely and use it to his advantage. A basic use would be covering 360-degree range on battle and thus, shielding himself from any sneak attacks. Tutors are very important to a new student. Your tutor will give you more resources, impart their personal experience and even take time from their private to guide you. Nox spoke in a lofty tone. Tutor-pupil relationship wasn't similar to the ones in the master-disciple one. A tutor had many pupils and a pupil could be under many tutors. Usually, most students only had one tutor throughout their academic years. However, a small percentage of them got new tutors every year. Tutors benefited if their pupils were famous. After enlisting in the army, pupils gave back to their tutors in the form of resources, favors and being the business card of their tutor themselves. It was a networking of sorts and a mutually beneficial relationship. We'll first start with the honorary students. Nox snapped his finger and the hologram list of 25 honorary students appeared on the stage. The name of 25th student was highlighted. Paulo. Level 2 Mind Awakener. I'll be your tutor. I can give you 20 MP per month as a stipend. I'll also provide you with important books and even 5 aura crystals a month. You will graduate at level 5. An old man, seemingly in 60s but full of vigor, said out loud. I'm better. I can give you 6 aura crystals per month, important books you'll need. I'll also gift you a customized 3-star treasure once you break through. A female teacher seemingly in her 40s spoke. I will be under your care. The student bowed to the female teacher. Then the 24th student. 23rd. All the way up to 4th, Adir. Level 3 Earth Awakener. 25 aura crystals per month. You can have access to all my personal important books. You can contact me 24/7. 30 aura crystals per month. I'll be honored if you choose me. Make any requests you can. I promise. More than 30 teachers offered generous conditions. Varian checked their profiles and saw that even the ones in different divine paths joined. I will be your pupil. He pointed to the 3 with the highest bid. They were taken back for a moment, but after some thought, they agreed. Adir was an important member of the Karen family, one of the 3 prime families. Even though Karen family's influence was strong on Jupiter, developing good relationships with a prime family was always good. Third. Ryan. Level 3 Body Awakener. Almost 80 teachers scrambled. Some even promised their daughters and granddaughters. It was crazier than a market. It soon devolved into a verbal fight. Ryan Albert. His grandfather was William Albert, one of the 3 marshals of human armed forces. Albert was the head of all armies of Mercury, Venus, and Earth. No wonder these teachers acted the way they did. Ryan was the only grandson of Albert and was doted on. I decline. A level 8 tutor teaching 3rd year is my tutor. You are not worthy. Ryan said curtly. The teachers were embarrassed but gave a flattering smile one after another. Second. Narcissus Xander. Level 3 Morpher. All the 100 teachers were anxious and gave everything they got. Some even took off their heirlooms. It wasn't about Narcissus needing them, but them needing Narcissus. Julius Xander was the youngest sovereign and he might be the one breaking the ceiling of sovereign power level. Albert was older in comparison. Shut up. I picked a level 8 tutor. Narcissus said in a scornful tone. I heard Charles had a level 9 tutor from the start. TSK. Adir's voice sounded. The students were already shocked at Narcissus's and Ryan's revelation, but this one really broke the straw. Level 9, barring the 8 sovereigns, they were the strongest humans. Only a few dozen level 9s existed in Human Federation. This was a feat in and of itself. Charles Xander, this guy is my biggest challenge in the academy. Varian was slowly learning the feats of this legend in making. But his own vow resounded in his mind. I will take your throne. I have 1 year. System, I'm counting on you. Host, set your targets higher. Charles Xander is not enough. Pick at least Julius Xander. Varian's eyebrows twitched, and he had the urge to smash the system in its face. Lucky for it, it had no face. 1 year. From level 1 to sovereign. Who are you kidding? It's getting harder to progress with each level and sometimes, I'm just stuck without any progress. Host, your practice is lacking. You need to have proper knowledge of the divine paths, and use your own way to progress. Normal awakeners spend a lot of time practicing. You are more suitable for learning through combat. Just fight a level 3 and you'll see tremendous progress. You really want me to die, don't you? Varian cursed, but he acknowledged the initial advice of system. The list highlighted the first honorary student. Varian. Level 2 Body Awakener. The crowd fell silent. Not a single teacher opened their mouth. A few, including Akiho, hesitated. They came from normal backgrounds and knew how hard it was to compete against these established powers. While it was a pity to not cultivate his talent, they were afraid to give up what they had. Their lives won't be threatened if they helped Varian, their careers would be affected. The Xanders would help their rivals and they would have no prospects whatsoever. So they gave up on him and instead shifted the blame onto him to convince themselves. Blame yourself for offending Xanders. This was the decision that every one of them would regret the most in their lives. They missed the best opportunity. Nox smirked and said, then we'll move on to, I'll be his tutor. Arrogant indeed. I heard he's the combat instructor for honorary students. How many days will he keep his position? He The murmurs of students filled the air, and the teachers on the stage squinted at Seth. Openly defying Xander, what was he thinking? Nox raised his neck and glared at Seth. His bloated body shook as he pointed his finger at Seth and said, "You are the combat instructor. Get out." Seth walked in nonchalantly. "I said get out." Nox spat, and he was already in front of Seth. Varian felt the space in the surrounding fluctuate wildly. It was as if he was shaking, but the thing that was actually vibrating was space itself. Seth felt the solidifying space around him. It could severely injure a normal level 6 Awakener, which was the level of most combat instructors. Not him. Humph! Seth controlled the gravity around and swung his sword. Crack, 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 like shattered glass, the solid space around him collapsed. Everything was a blur for a moment before everyone saw Seth looking down at Nox. Nox stood stupefied as his gaze stared at the rusty sword. On it was a drop of blood. Finally, he came to his senses and looked around. The students were gazing at him. He felt absolutely humiliated. How dare you attack? Clause 13.6, severely injuring for retaliatory self-defense is not illegal. Plus, you just lost a drop of blood. Seth said with a deadpan face. Nox felt the tingling pain on his neck and calmed himself. The guy in front of him was a monster. But he was the supervisor of first year. Including teachers. You cannot accept a pupil. Clause 18.3, any teacher can accept a pupil. Clause 20.2, a combat instructor is also a teacher. Nox couldn't find any words. Wasn't he supposed to suppress others with rules? Why did this guy know them all? Can I do my thing, or should we ask Mr. Evander? Seth looked into Nox's eyes and said in a hoarse tone. Nox's legs wobbled for a moment and he teleported back to the stage. He said to the audience, "Honorary students is done. Teachers will now choose pupils from the audience. Those who don't get selected, keep trying and make them take notice of you." A new round of selection started. The selection was too important, and the students didn't bother with the fiasco. Varian saw Seth waving at him and exited the auditorium. Nox acted like he didn't see it. That was his last pride. "Let's take a walk," Seth said and held his shoulder. The surroundings flashed for a second, and the next moment, they were on a garden walkway. Seth walked in silence, and Varian followed the short, bald man. There were many questions bubbling inside. He must be crazy or he must know. "I know what you're thinking," Seth said, breaking the silence. "You're right. I do know something." Seth looked into his eyes and Varian felt an immense sense of danger. It was like facing a tsunami. He instinctively wanted to teleport, but held himself back. "What is that you know?" Varian calmed himself and asked. He was ready to use teleportation on any sign of hostility. Even if that didn't increase his chances of survival. Will he kill me to please Xander? He thought. I must kick that bastard Gareth. He didn't tell me about you. Seth threw his head back and laughed out loud. Everyone thinks you got lucky. Only Gareth doesn't. He is the major stakeholder of the Murloc Islands you trained in. He is more clear than anyone that there are no natural treasures there. Seth glanced at him with an expression that said, "Cat's out of the bag." Varian's eyes twitched. "You are indeed filthy rich, Mr. Gareth. But that's not the point." "So?" Varian feigned ignorance. "So? You went from an unawakened to a level 2 in like 14 days. What the fuck?" Seth cursed and continued, "I practiced for a year and a half. I'm so fucking jealous of you." Seth swung his sword in frustration and the shock waves crushed a stone a few hundred meters away. Seth saw this and face-bombed, "That damn gardener will extort me for compensation." His causal manner of speech did relax Varian a little, but puzzled him at the same time. He sounds like an adventurer more than a soldier. They soon reached a pavilion near a lake. Seth slumped on it, and Varian sat in front. He closed his eyes and said in a serious tone, I know you're worried. I used to be in the same adventure team as Gareth. Then, things happened. He snapped his eyes open and gazed into Varian's eyes. I got into military to keep fighting. But they threw me here. I want to do something important. Not rot. He smiled and pointed at Varian. You, little fellow, will be someone important. If I tutor you, won't I get even more respected? Varian rolled his eyes and went along. Fine. Then what can you provide for me? Seth raised his arm and was about to put his salary to use. But his comms sent him a message. Due to your frequent destruction of public property, you are suspended from being an instructor for a semester. The hologram was open, and Varian could also see it. Varian said awkwardly, they're already targeting you. Unlike the usual reaction, Seth laughed out loud. I will say it again. They are fools. I can spend more time training you. Varian saw he was not taking it seriously and signaled with his fingers, stipend. He still needed MP for his monthly exam. His only source of MP mission. If he could get some MP from Seth first, then he could wait till he broke into level 3. Then he could go on a solo mission. Seth waved his hands and was about to promise when another message popped up. There is an accusation that you broke a level 6 artifact. Until you prove otherwise, your MP is frozen, leaving besides a limited sum for daily expenses. Fuck. Varian cursed. Seth slumped on his table. He raised his head and glanced at Varian. Two pairs of eyes, one young and one old, stared at each other. Both sighed. Broke. They said at the same time. Seth stood up and said, I have aura crystals in my home. You can take as many as you want. They can't take this away. Varian didn't hope this time. He prayed. Not this too. Let this poor man live. Then the ominous tick of Seth's comm sounded again. Your home was robbed. Your mom. Seth cursed and threw his comm on the ground. He stomped it and spewed out venomous curses that would cause devils to blush in shame. Finally, Varian sighed and said, I appreciate your effort. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused, but I'll not be accepting you as my tutor. He stepped out of the pavilion and was about to leave. Varian, I lost my wife on Pluto. She was pregnant at that time. Seth's choking voice sounded. Varian slowed down, but kept walking. Everyone had a sad story. For years. For 4 years, I can't sleep properly. I dream of my unborn daughter. Of my wife. The sounds of fist-bashing chest sounded, followed by drops of liquid splashing the ground. Varian took a deep breath and continued. He was an orphan. He couldn't remember his dad. He lost his mom a year ago. I feel like a loser. I hide myself in the weapons to sleep. Seth's low voice sounded. Varian finally stopped. This really hit home. That day, I vowed one thing, I'll end that goddamn race. If I can't do it myself, I'll do everything for someone who can. He yelled, his voice brimming with hatred and determination. I am a level 8. I am here only to find someone who can do what I can't. Everyone thought Julius or Charles was the one. No. I don't think so. It's you. You, who has a secret I can't fathom. You, who are willing to risk everything for your own goals but won't abandon your friends. You, who is also running from your own past. You are the one. Varian turned around. Seth looked back at Varian with hope. He wasn't madly betting on Varian. He was an adventurer for a long, long time and met all kinds of people. After watching Varian defeat his opponent in the duel, he checked this new student's data. Coincidentally, he worked in Leon Hall. Thus, Seth contacted Gareth and, with their connections, they dug most of his history. Plus, Gareth checked every area Varian fought. There was not the slightest aura of supernatural fruit or treasure. It was beyond all explanations. He was hiding something. But it didn't matter. They had the same goals. I'll help you with everything I can. They can take away my influence, my MP, and even aura crystals, but there's one thing they can't take away. My strength. He clenched his hand, and the air blasted. All the plants in the garden were bent towards his fist and were about to be uprooted. Stop or you'll have to pay for property damage. Varian reminded. Yeah. Seth hurriedly stopped. He needed some time to adjust to his newfound poverty. Varian shook his head and finally said, I don't know why you are putting your hopes on me, but you won't be disappointed. Seth gave a thumbs up. I'll give you all the help I can for 10 years. Then I'll go join the front line. Varian nodded. You won't need 10 years. By then I'll already be. Do you have books regarding divine paths? I'll need them. He stated. Oh, right. Seth touched his space ring, and a few old-fashioned books in hard copy appeared in his hands. Varian was surprised. There were people who still use physical books. Seth fell silent for a moment and spoke. I am a gravity awakener and a physical awakener. So I only have the books regarding these two paths. This can be considered as the ceremonial gift. Seth smiled and left the books in the air. They drifted into his hands. Varian was shocked. Dual awakeners were rare. They were usually the strongest at their level. But the drawback was that they couldn't break through as fast as others. This might not be as apparent in the early stages, but it'll be clear in high levels. The highest dual awakeners went was level 9. Despite their immense talent, they never became sovereigns. In fact, many felt the level 9 dual awakeners were more talented than any sovereign. So that's why he's sure he can't bring substantial damage to Abyssals. Since he's a dual awakener, he won't be a sovereign. That's why he's looking for someone else. Varian realized. But I'm in a similar situation to dual awakeners. In fact, I will awaken in more paths. The difficulty would increase. Will I? He was lost in thought. If he too was restricted from becoming a sovereign due to multiple divine paths, then staying silent would be akin to taking advantage of Seth's hope and, to an extent, a betrayal. Varian himself was worried whether awakening in multiple paths would limit his power ceiling. Host, please rest assured. Don't bind yourself by conventional thinking. If there's one thing this system can promise, it would be possibility. Anything is possible. Sovereign is just one step in the long path. You're becoming more vocal, but I like it. Varian thanked the system and looked at the books in hand. Gravity Path Manual. Including personal notes. Body Path Manual. Personal experiments and guiding notes. Seth pointed to the book and said, you can learn everything the body specialization class teaches you and more. Ask me if you have any doubts. I'm still a level 7 Extreme Awakener. Body Awakener, level 1 to 3, Enhanced, level 4 to 6, Extreme, level 7 to 9. Seth tapped his finger into the air and the air blasted, the shock waves traveling hundreds of meters and breaking the trees. Varian was shocked. So these high-level awakeners keep their strength under control, or they might end up kicking a skyscraper into the clouds. Here's one more thing you'll learn only in the second year. A sly smile appeared on Seth's face. Varian perked his ears and raised an eyebrow. Unlike what most think, you don't need attendance here. You just need to pass the monthly exam. The general class, specialization class lectures are recorded. You can watch them any day and prepare for the test. Or you can just check last year's classes, they're the same. He smirked. Varian believed this ex-combat teacher turned tutor of his bunked all classes during his own college days. As for combat class, you will be given a mission in the Destiny Tower according to your level. If you win, you'll pass. Seth explained. Destiny Tower. It was a level 9 star treasure and found in the ruins. It was the closest to being an artifact. So it was called as pseudo-artifact. Destiny Tower was used to contain abyssals and magic beasts across different floors and rooms. The students were then sent for tests. Varian was silent for a moment and said, "So you're saying I can focus all my time on practice?" Seth nodded. "Of course, you can visit any class if you want to. All I'm saying is you don't need to. Isn't this too lax for a military academy? What if students don't come to class at all?" Varian heard of the strictness of military academies in both fiction and non-fiction. So he was puzzled. Seth's smile turned sinister, and he said, "What do you think?" Exclamation point. Varian realized the implications. The mission system. People who didn't practice would be ostracized by others. Since every mission can be fatal, who would bet their life on someone who doesn't even practice? Soon, these people need to take on the missions alone. What would happen if a person who lazed around goes to a mission alone? Death. Seth nodded. This is the internal cleansing mechanism. There are a few who die like this every year. Sly indeed. Varian's eyebrows twitched, and he nodded. You'll be free from tomorrow, right? Train me in combat every morning. Varian decided his schedule. He'd train in combat every morning. Study the divine paths in the afternoon and watch the lectures. Then meditate all night. Awakeners didn't need much of sleep to begin with. As for his space path, he would not reveal it to Seth for the time being. There were 3 problems. He didn't trust Seth fully yet. There was no need for him to know either. And finally, Seth might drop the whole tutor-pupil thing if he treats him as another dual awakener. Once his level skyrockets, he might consider revealing about being a dual awakener of sorts. Sure. Seth nodded. After getting temporarily suspended, he had nothing to do, anyway. Now Varian had a level 8 tutor who agreed to help him out in general class knowledge, specialization class and, of course, the combat class. This is a blessing in disguise. He thought. One last thing. I might be able to find someone who'll agree to take you on a mission. I'll need time to confirm if they allow it. Seth said after thinking. Varian's eyes lit up, and he nodded fervently. Thank you, tutor. Seth laughed out loud. I like how this sounds. They chatted for a while and Seth left with a, "Contact me if you have anything important." Varian sighed in relief. He was glad with the way things turned out. His future path was clear. Practice. Breakthrough. Missions. MP, Sia. Varian returned to his room. He sat on the table chair and opened his comm, "I'll solve my space paths problem." He felt like he saw someone similar to her, but couldn't remember. The hologram popped up, and the class started. Let's start from the macro. She said. All divine paths are balanced. There is no one strong divine path. It's all based on application. Her voice slowly turned solemn. There is a general myth that space and time are the strongest. It is false. I've seen many buy into this lie and neglect honing their skills, only to end up dead in the most unexpected ways. Varian was a bit shaken. He did believe that space path was stronger than body path. When a person awakens in space path, they start connecting to the space. The deeper you are connected to the space, the more control you have over it. Varian channeled his space power and felt this bond. The first skill you have over space is not teleportation. It's space binding. She snapped her fingers and a few hologram videos popped up. A man touched a river. The water flow around the area of his contact stopped. Then he just raised his hand and channeled his space power. The fierce blowing wind stopped. In either case, the space solidified, making the movement of matter in it impossible. Space is not a fixed structure. It can be strengthened and weakened. Space binding is the strengthening part. She said and proceeded to explain the various benefits of it. Then she proceeded to another skill that Varian didn't study much. Teleportation. Teleportation is the least understood skill for early awakeners. She stated. Do you ever wonder why you just teleport from one place to another? And when you do, there is a feeling of being pulled and pushed. Sylvia squinted her eyes. Isn't that how teleportation works in all fiction? Varian wondered. This is no fiction. All divine paths are based on the universal laws. So is space. She clicked on her comm, and a video hologram filled the room. There was a large black sphere, and inside it was a smaller sphere. She pointed to the larger sphere. We're living in the larger sphere. Or on its surface, at least. This is called outer space. Wait, what? Varian wondered. Then she pointed to the smaller sphere present inside the larger sphere and said, this is the inner space. Varian was hearing this term for the second time. The first was during the written test. There are levels to space. Like an onion. We're living in the outermost. She explained. A rough analogy was living on Earth's surface and living underground. These two were both part of Earth. But were different sections. One can't go underground without digging, and one can't go into inner space without space powers. She tapped the comm again. This is what happens when you teleport. The hologram video changed to a man saying, I'll teleport and then I'll show you how it works. He channeled his space power and then appeared a few hundred meters away. Damn, this guy is good. Varian thought. He could only teleport a dozen meters at most. The Space Awakener appeared again, and this time, he held a special 360-degree camera. He channeled his space power and muttered, keep your eyes open. It's only for 1 second. Then the view shifted. The man appeared in a deep, dark space. It was eerily quiet. Before Varian could see what happened, he appeared in the normal world, a few hundred meters away from his original position. Saliva chuckled and said, this whole thing took less than a second. Then she proceeded to slow down the video part during teleportation. The real world blurred, and slowly, the man was pulled into the dark space. After coming to the dark space, he adjusted his position by a few meters by simply walking of sorts. Then the next moment, the dark space blurred, and he appeared in the real world. Sylvia smiled and explained, the dark space he entered is the gap between outer space and inner space. You can say it is the void between the bigger sphere and smaller sphere. To put it plainly, one step you make in this gap will be equal to many steps on the outer space or our world. But you can't do this forever, since this gap will push everything out. You only got a few moments to do this, and beginners do this subconsciously. So you level ones enter this space, stay for a very, very short duration during which you move and are pushed out into outer space, aka real world. That's teleportation mechanics. Wow. Varian was baffled. He never thought there was so much subject behind teleportation. He also finally understood why he felt like he was being pushed and pulled during teleportation. Now you might be wondering, how do level 1s control their teleportation? Varian nodded. Our 5 senses are incapable of sensing space. We only see, touch, hear, taste, and smell. There is no space. So you adapt to space and develop another sense. Space sense. It allows you to sense the surrounding space. It will be your 6th sense. This space sense will guide you, and your body will instinctively follow it to adjust your movements in teleportation. No wonder. Varian clicked his tongue. Space sense was a real thing. He developed a preliminary version where he could estimate the distance of something from him by simply feeling the space. But it was still not mature. Developing space sense needs time. To accelerate the training, you can try shutting down your other senses and focus on feeling the space. She advised. After you develop space sense, you can control where you can teleport to. This is the single most important change, and another great power is. She paused and chuckled, you can do space binding without contact. Varian's eyes widened. He recalled Nox freezing the space of the entire auditorium in the morning. If he could freeze the space around his opponent even for a moment without contact, that'd be a crazy edge in battle. He could block his opponent's attack, slow them down, lock them in solid space without ever being in contact. Stack this with his body Awakener powers, his combat power would skyrocket. Damn! I can even fight level 3s with the combination of paths, right? He wondered. The class was nearing completion, and Varian was about to close. There is one more way to increase your space sense, she mentioned. Acquire spacorts. Spacorts are pieces of material ejected from the inner space. They hold very little space power to be useful in teleportation formations. She looked at her students and explained. This is helpful to the level 1s in your family. Give them spacorts. Then let them pour their space power into it. It will affect the space around the Awakener for a short period. Use this chance to enhance your space sense by shutting off all senses. So she was doing this for the members of students' family to advance quickly. She's kind. Sylvia ended the class and looked at them apologetically. My next 3 classes will be cancelled. I have to attend my son's award ceremony in Pluto. Another professor will take up my place for the time being. The students sulked, but that was all they could do. She's much better than Nox. I will thank her personally one day. Varian closed the class and inadvertently glanced at the date of recording. 33rd Sept, 516. 3 days before Pluto War. She's gone. Varian sighed in melancholy. It was strange. He was beginning to feel more empathetic to losses of others. He sympathized with Seth's loss. Now he felt the same for this new teacher he'd never meet. Was it because he was trying to empathize with himself in hopes that he could forgive himself one day? He didn't know. He cheered himself up and called the system interface. Space Path Level 1, 70 out of 100, I don't want to wait. I'll need to get spacorts and breakthrough. I will have more probability of surviving the missions if I break through into Level 2 space. He checked his comm for spaceort sources. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up, and he said, "It's you." Then mirror abysses were the size of a large country. They were artificially created using precious 8-star treasures. Even the inner environment was replicated to a fine degree. The most important ingredient, Abyssals, were kidnapped from the abysses and thrown into their respective mirror abyss. This only started 20 years ago and was yet to be self-sustainable. However, it served its purpose. Train cadets to fight Abyssals of different abysses. It even created a legal trafficking, fancily called Abyss Resource Industry. For any Awakener, experience of fighting all divine paths was crucial. The Abyssals of Demon Abyss, the one linked to Earth, were practitioners of Body Path. The Abyssals of Thunder Abyss, the one linked to Neptune, were the practitioners of Thunder Path. Mirror Hollow Abyss. Varian chuckled and headed out. It was still noon, and the classes just ended. The first years he came across pointed at him and whispered. The core point of their gossips was he devolved from tardy into a truant. This was a military academy, for fuck's sake. How could one be so willful? My reputation hit rock bottom. Varian passed several dormitories and entered the central region of the academy. After passing the teaching blocks, dueling grounds, he reached a different area. There were no buildings there. Instead, there were 8 portals of different colors. For the first time, Varian saw guards in the academy. Their secondary duty was to inspect students going in, but their primary duty to prevent the Abyssals from wreaking havoc, if they escape. Varian reached the guard counter and his comm identified itself. Level 2. Hollow Abyss. There were several mirror abysses to the same abyss, depending on the level of peak combat power. You'll be charged 1 MP per hour. Of course, nothing was for free. I got only 9 MP. 9 hours. I should be able to do it. Varian took a breath and stepped into the 6th portal from the left. This is your first time. Don't venture in too deep. The guards muttered. Varian nodded with a smile and stepped in. That was his plan. The moment he passed through the portal, Varian felt something fundamentally change. He was in a different world. The sky was dark. The moon was red. But this time, there was no abyss will. Mirror abysses weren't that advanced. He appeared in a valley. The mountains were made of yellow stone and the valley itself was filled with purple flowers. Varian focused on his hearing. Except for some exotic insects, he couldn't hear the trace of a single abyssal. He took a deep breath and walked through the valley. Abyssals of Hollow Abyss were practitioners of Space Path. Their ruler, Hollow Abyssal Queen, was a sovereign in Space Path. The idea behind Mirror Abysses was to train cadets in combat. The inner environment was recreated to the greatest possible extent. Spacorts were natural elements of Hollow Abyss. This means Mirror Hollow Abyss will have the spacorts, even if they are of the lowest quality. Space stones, as far as I know, are one of the most precious materials. But spacorts are not. Varian walked with caution as he searched for the trace of abyssals. A level 2 Mirror Hollow Abyss meant there were both level 1 and level 2 space abyssals here. These abyssals must also have the spacorts with them. They could find it in here and use them to progress. If I can snatch them. He smiled. Spacorts were useless for level 2s. Only level 1s benefited. But all cadets were level 2. So no one tried to get them. Except him. A level 2 body Awakener with a level 1 space path. Varian saw the exit of the valley and felt something was wrong. There were several tents outside. They were made of animal hide and were propped by special wood. He dashed to the settlements in an aggressive mode. There was no one. Not even the sound of breathing. But he could feel the air was still warm. There was also the smell of roasted meat. Something is wrong. Varian frowned. His heightened senses couldn't capture any information until, Varian dodged a danger to his back, which was followed by wind whistling. He turned around to see. But there was no one. However, he could still feel the wind being sliced in his previous position. He equipped his gauntlets and looked around cautiously. There was the sound of breathing inside a tent and Varian rushed at it. The sound disappeared, and he paused. Varian felt something from behind with his heightened sense of sound and touch and ducked. Boom! An axe cut over his head and flew into the distance. Hua, hua, there were sounds of breathing inside multiple tents. Damn it! Varian gritted his teeth and dashed to a tent. He pulled it out. Varian sidestepped and there was an arrow passed through his previous position with a whistle. It was made of a rare metal and could pierce even his skull. Varian moved again and this time, he was able to glimpse behind. An abyssal was behind him and tried to slice him off with a sword. Varian turned around, but he was already gone. Fuck! Varian cursed, and rolled down the next moment. Boom! 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 3 spiked metal spheres were blasted into the ground with great force. The dust rose and obscured the vision. Ting! Varian dodged to the side, but it was only a tent support collapsing. I never expected this. This fight was significantly different from fighting any body Awakener or even an elemental. The types of attacks and the number of attacks are increasing. Varian thought as he dodged another arrow. It was immediately followed by a sword slice aimed at his back. Boom! Then dangerous darts smeared with poison. Thankfully, only the darts. He was in a disadvantageous position since the beginning. He needed a way out. Varian took a breath and tried to find a solution. My space sense. Varian moved to the side again. Boom, boom, he continued to dodge, but the frequency of attacks increased. Varian was able to catch a glimpse of his attackers. These abyssals wore animal skin and a chain of human fingers around their neck. They teleported into the distance after a single attack and the next barrage of attacks started, giving him no time to breathe. This must work. Varian vaguely felt the surrounding space. His 5 senses could only bring him to the point of dodging. But to switch from defensive to offensive, he needed to feel the change in space before his skin could feel the wind change from the attack or his ears could hear the wind howling. Varian felt the space around him was a silent lake. It was calm and pristine. Schwa, then a ripple appeared, and he dodged while punching back at the ripple's position. Boom! The Abyssal wasn't expecting it and Varian's gauntlet pierced his chest and came from the other side. His lungs were punctured and he collapsed on the ground, twitching. Varian smiled, but multiple ripples appeared around the space. How, Schwa, SSSSH, spear, darts, arrows rushed at him. Varian used his higher physical stats and dodged. At the same time, he targeted the last attacker. He thought he would get the second kill, but, gwa. Boom! The space around Varian froze, and he was delayed by a moment. Hua! Another Abyssal appeared just then and pierced at him with a spear. Damn! Varian cursed and broke the solid space with his body to dodge the spear. But he was a bit late. Shoot! It pierced his chest. Blaff! Varian felt his insides shake. The Abyssal he aimed for already teleported into the distance. Fuck! Varian cursed and jumped away. There were several reasons for the battle to reach this point. First was that each of these Space Awakener Abyssal was more advanced in their path than him. To put into perspective, his level 2 body path was 45 of 200. He was barely beginning. But these Abyssals would be around 100/200 to 160/200. Much advanced, even though they were in the same level. Even then, Varian would be able to defeat one Abyssal using his 2 powers. But the problem was, Hua, Schwa, SSSSH, Wheeze, they attacked in groups and were well coordinated. Varian once again dodged and attacked an Abyssal from the group. But this time, too, the space around him froze. The Abyssals were using space binding against him. Since they were level 2, no direct contact was required, though there was a limit to how far it could be used. Sha, Hua, 2 more Abyssals teleported in front and behind and attacked him at the same time. The sword and the spear threatened to tear him apart. Not this time. Varian didn't try to dodge this time, but instead went ahead with the offensive. His fist plunged into the Abyssal's neck, snapping it. Thud, the second Abyssal collapsed and, at the same time, the sword and spear were about to make contact with his body. The next moment, the spear would pierce his heart, and the sword, his lungs. The Abyssals finally smiled in relief and mockery. They were living as captives and their vengeance never ended. Killing a cadet meant contribution. But the next second, their smiles froze. Ting, the space around Varian's chest was solidified. The attacks slowed down for a moment. Varian showed a middle finger to them and vanished. Teleportation. Was he a dual awakener? That was the only question in their mind. Varian appeared a few meters away. This was a novel experience for him. His gap with them in the same level could be made up by his second path. Varian wielded his sword with right hand and focused on space. He was ready to hit at the ripples. Bang! Boom! Shoo! Varian punched at the third ripple position. The Abyssal, of course, froze the space. But it collapsed the next second as a sword lodged into its neck. Varian knew the course of action and thus, threw his sword right when it applied space binding. At the same time he teleported and dogged the attacks. Boom! Shoo! An axe and a sword broke the boulders at his previous location. The dust rose high, and Varian was calm despite the injury. If this is a tribe of sort, then these guys are the fighters. Varian rushed to his previous location, and the Abyssals teleported out. They appeared in a safe distance where they had enough time to react before Varian reached them. Who is the one directing the fight? Varian bent down to pick his sword bathed in the green blood. The moment he bent down and clutched his sword, the opportunistic Abyssals teleported behind him. Sword, spear, dart, arrow. all came at him. Varian kicked back at an amazing speed. His leg was frozen, but he threw his sword at the same time. The Abyssal was focusing on the fast kick and couldn't focus on the sword. The other Abyssals weren't close enough to the sword to use space binding. Thud, another Abyssal was down. Varian broke the space binding around his leg and nearly staggered. As expected, the two follow-up Abyssals arrived to attack him at the opportune moment, but Varian already teleported away. Spacorts, I'm coming. Varian grinned. This fight took him time to adapt to, but it was very rewarding. The same scene repeated. This time as well, Varian followed the same tactic. This time, an Abyssal was closer and used space binding on the sword, saving the target. Thud, instead, the one who blocked was punched to death by an unexpectedly quick punch. I knew you would change your tactics. So did I, Varian smirked. Then the follow-up attack came. Varian teleported out, but right then, his face froze and a spear pierced his chest. A spear impaled his chest from behind, narrowly missing his heart. Blaff. Varian coughed blood and teleported again. The spear followed. This time, he was more alert and teleported the next moment. He teleported. Again. And again. The dangerous aura the Abyssal emitting left no room for speculation. This is a peak level 2 space path Abyssal. Varian felt his hair erect. This turns so much dangerous than he expected. It teleports quickly and precisely. It just needs a glance to teleport to me. Even after sensing its arrival from space sense, I was frozen the next moment. The space it binds is much more solid than any other. If I stop, it will freeze the space around and attack me. But if I don't stop, Varian's space path was still only a level 1. So his space power was much lower than these level 2 space Abyssals, much less a peak level 2. And his opponent wasn't only the peak level 2 Abyssal either. The attacks came at him again. Varian dodged them and quickly tried to kill the Abyssal with his previous tactic. He felt like he was tied to chains and couldn't move. He teleported, barely escaping a fatal attack. Sooner or later, he'd run out of space power. That'd spell his doom. If I was a peak level 2 body Awakener, I would crush it with my reaction speed. Varian thought and continued to hold on. He initially tried to weaken them one by one, but with the help of this leader of the pack, even killing one Abyssal without taking a fatal injury was impossible. What should I do? Varian channeled his chi and continued the arduous battle. Plus 10 XP body path level 2, 55/200, yes. Varian felt the slight improvement and sighed in relief. Even the little addition would increase his chance of victory. The Abyssals teleported around him and attacked. The leader Abyssal appeared and froze the space around Varian, while attacking him at the same time. I have to take it down. Varian decided. Relying on the little aura, he got several minor cuts due to the intervention of the peak level 2. But he mostly stayed intact. At the same time, he observed the attack patterns of this level 2. It'd attack him at last in the groups and alone when he teleported out by teleporting behind him. It'd always aim for his heart. Varian was puzzled since his neck was also an option and checked the Abyssal. It only had one eye's vision. The other eye had no focus and there was a scalding wound on it. So it only attacks heart area to ensure a hit. Varian saw an opportunity. The wound across its inactive eye means it lost its eye's vision from an accident. With the way it only attacks larger area, and not my neck, it still hasn't adapted to attacking by the vision of one eye. So it will keep targeting my chest instead of my neck. Heart, lungs are larger targets, after all. But it's mainly aiming for my heart. Bang, boom, growling, Varian broke the frozen space around his body and teleported before the peak level 2 attack reached him. Now it'll attack me from behind at my chest. Varian's lips curled, and he teleported in the nick of time. I should risk this. He gritted his teeth. Or forget about Spackwarts, he'd lose his life. The space power reserves approached depletion, and Varian only had one chance to do it right. Schwa, Sizz, Wheeze, Varian acted exactly like the previous time and teleported out the moment peak level 2 attacked. Kai, this time too, the attack missed him by a moment. Varian appeared a dozen meters away and immediately turned around, slashing his sword. As expected, the Abyssal was already behind him and thrust its spear. Kai, Sho, Varian's sword paused for a moment but broke through the solid space and beheaded the peak level 2 Abyssal. Arg, the spear of the Abyssal pierced him in his right chest and plunged into the ground. Cling, the location of the wound was exactly the position of his heart had he not turned around. Varian looked down at the gaping hole in his chest. If he was only a space awakener, he'd die before he could exit this place. He was not. Plus 10 XP body path level 2, 65/200, the chi in his body swam around and integrated further. Varian took a deep breath and waited. Schwa, Shzz, Wheeze, the attacks of the Abyssal group arrived. Even if he wasn't sure, he could tell they were filled with crazed bloodlust like never before. The leader is gone, now you're the ones left. Varian covered his wounds with and gave back all the love he got from the Abyssals. And more. Thud, 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 one by one, heads rolled and bodies fell. Varian coughed some blood as he knelt on the ground dyed green. He was feeling weak. The final attacks were suicidal and his own condition was far worse due to the wound in the chest. So, while eliminating the final Abyssals, he received a sword slash on his arm, an arrow into his knee. Every settlement is supposed to have Spackwarts. Abyssals in level 1 will use Spackwarts to improve quickly. Varian's eyes shined, and he slowly got up. You have 2 minutes to leave. Red blood splashed on the now green floor. Varian entered a tent and searched. There was only meat, some metal parts, weapons and animal skins. Don't tell me, I got into a settlement without Spackwarts? Varian couldn't help but frown. Then he proceeded to the next tent, and the next tent. Damn. This is the final tent. Varian searched and found nothing. When he was about to leave, something clicked in him and he took a spear in the room. He touched it and confirmed his suspicion. With a big pull, the spear tip came out. It was not a real weapon at all. There was an opening to the inside of the spear tip. Varian looked inside and laughed. He got a few handfuls of them. Huh, cough, Varian laughed, but soon coughed blood. He looked down at his injuries. The bleeding was minimum thanks to his physique, but he would still need treatment. 1 minute remaining, Varian ran to the valley, and the portal reappeared. He jumped in. In the next moment, he appeared back in the academy. The guards looked at him in surprise and sent him to the infirmary. Varian drowned in the healing liquid, and the darkness engulfed him. Thank you for the payment of 1 MP. We wish you good health. Varian nodded and looked at his balance painfully. Current merit points, 8 cumulative, 540. As he was about to leave to practice with Spackwarts, he recalled Sylvia's words. To accelerate your training, it's better to shut off your 5 senses. Varian thought back to the healing pods. They were very effective in isolating the senses. With the right combination, he could prevent sight, sound, smell, taste. Touch. He could ask for vacuum and float inside. Hey sister, can you help me arrange a healing pod? I don't want to use it for healing. I have other uses. Varian requested the nurse in charge. She was a middle-aged woman and had short hair. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. This is your second time coming here on the second day of your first sem. Varian stared at her for a moment awkwardly and replied, I'm not trying to pick fights. I can't help it if I'm dragged into them, right? She looked at him solemnly for a moment and nodded. I can allow the usage. The cost of pod is mainly due to the healing liquid itself. So you can have it for free. Varian nodded, thank you. But, she continued, if you cause any damage, you would need to compensate. Do you have a minimum MP as guarantee? Varian looked at the 7 on his comm and showed it to her. He was pretty awkward about it but decided to thicken his skin. She shook her head. You can ask someone else to guarantee on your behalf. Then she thought back to Varian's injuries the other day and said, your tutor can also do. Varian smiled and shared Seth's information and the proof that they were tutor and pupil. I will thank you, Mr. Seth. Don't worry, I won't damage anything, most likely I won't. Seth, the teacher who was fined for standing alone in the gardens and damaging them again and again with snaps. She looked at him with scrutiny. What happened to your reputation, tutor? Coming to the point, he was broke after paying for damages this mornings and he ain't getting salary. So you can't use him as a guarantee. Great. Varian prepared to leave. Okay, I'm just kidding. I know Seth. She smiled and waved her hand. Varian could swear he saw a blush on her cheeks when she uttered a CDH, wait, what's happening here? Varian didn't ask. He was already hit by Kyle and Maya. He was not in a mood to dig the past of another potential love story. Even though he doesn't have a salary, he still has those stupid swords. They're worth a ton. You can have him as a guarantee. She said and approved the application. Varian was back in the healing pod again. But this time, he was in a vacuum. He could easily hold his breath for an hour or so. It was almost thrice the record of a normal human. It was completely dark. There was no light. No sight. There was no sound. No smell. Only touch was faintly present. He held the spacorts in his palms and slowly injected space power into one of them. Varian kept his rudimentary space sense open and active. As the space power seeped into the spacort, it vibrated and Varian felt something different. He could feel ripples in space. They were large in the beginning, but quickly died down. Space returned to stability. He was able to feel the large ripples but couldn't feel the small ones. The original spacort now turned into powder and drifted apart. +1 XP space path level 1, 71/100, Varian injected space power into another spacort. Ripple. Ripple. This time, he was barely able to follow as the space fluctuation died down. Varian was able to identify smaller ripples than last time. +1 XP space path level 1, 72/100, then another. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. +1 space path level 1, 80 out of 100, the system's notifications were directly fed to his brain. Varian felt the space fluctuations and picked a larger spacort. After injecting space power into it, it twisted. The space began to solidify and weaken. Varian sensed this through his space sense. He couldn't describe it in normal terms. But if there was an analogy, it was like having a radar that could sense the sense around him. It was not sight. He couldn't see with space sense. However, he experienced how the structure of space and the existing things in it. He could feel himself in the space. Due to his own energy, he was affecting space and changing its curvature. The spacorts, he observed, held something which was released after being injected by space power. Varian felt the connection to his space through his space sense increase, but fell short of a threshold. There was an immediate benefit. He was confident of teleporting without much deviation. This was a big leap compared to his previous self, where he could only control the direction of teleportation and not the distance. He also found he could use space binding with ease. During the process, through his space sense, he felt his space power going to mix into the space around him and solidify the space. Once the space sense is formed, it will act as the thread between him and space. It would be an extension of himself, in a sense. He could affect anything in the range of his space sense through his space power. With each level, space sense would grow. For now, the range of his space sense was almost non-existent. A sovereign space sense could easily wrap a planet. Varian longed for such a vision and continued to meditate and sense. Time flowed unnoticed. +1, +1. +1 space path level 1, 100/100, Varian opened his eyes. It was time. Space path status, Varian said and glanced at the blue screen. Space path level 1, 100/100, he was stuck in space path earlier and was quite worried. But after a few hard battles and training, he reached the peak of level 1. It took quite some time to reach the peak. Host, please be considerate of what you say. It is barely 1 week since you awakened in space path. It takes months, if not a year, for an average person to make the same progress. Average persons don't face difficulties in everything they step in like me. Varian rolled his eyes. He recalled the one who changed his life dramatically. He was almost forced to kneel. He was completely isolated. Instead of having new friendships with roommates, he was living alone. Instead of finding friends and teaming with them for the missions, his tutor had to look for someone to team up with him. Instead of being given a good tutor and nice stipend, he was avoided like a plague. Even the one who helped him suffered. He was supposed to have plenty of merit points and use them for his training. But, he was wrecking his brains just to pay the monthly exam fee. He was supposed to look forward to the future with hope and confidence, but he was giving his all just to not get expelled. Charles. Varian muttered and clenched his fist. What he did might be insignificant for him, but to Varian, it was equivalent to risking his stay at the academy, and that meant risking the very purpose he came here. Sia. He's a level 6 now. I'm barely level 2. I still have a long, long way to go. Varian gritted his teeth. I still need to break through into space path level 2. I hit a bottleneck. So I'll stay at level 1 for some time. To become a level 2 space awakener, space sense must be thoroughly integrated with space power. Only by doing that one could truly apply space power beyond their own body. Integration was not difficult, but generally took a few months. However, to Varian, it was too long. Integration. I need to train daily while searching for quick solutions. Varian thanked the Wendy, the nurse in charge, and left the infirmary. She asked him to inform her if there was anything wrong with Seth. Soon, he reached the training location. It was a relatively small open-top dome. The floor and walls were coated with a white alloy. It looked pristine and clear. In that neat training hall, there was a pile of weapons in a corner. Cough. Varian coughed loudly. Cling. Ting, 1 second. Seth woke up from the pile of weapons and yelled. He disappeared and, in less than a minute, returned. He was wearing a new combat suit and looked invigorated. He gazed at Varian and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Varian was a little nervous and asked. He asked System to hide any trace of him being a space awakener. Even if someone deliberately probed his aura, they would not realize it. Especially Seth, since Varian knew his tutor would give up on him if he was a dual awakener. I just feel that you've become stronger. It's negligible for me, but it's a significant improvement for you. Seth rubbed his chin and thought before shaking his head. It must be my illusion. At least he didn't doubt space path. Let's start. Seth asked Varian to make a move. Try to kill me with everything you got. Varian took a breath, and the next moment, dashed at Seth. With a lethal punch at neck, backed by a kick to the crotch, he launched his first offensive. Boom! Boom! Varian's fists were about to connect, but before he knew it, he was thrown off. Something invisible pushed him, but didn't injure him. His gravity powers, huh? Again. Varian dashed behind Seth and kicked at spine while aiming, also punching at the neck from behind. Boom! Boom! Varian was once again thrown back just before his attack could connect. Come on! Boom! Varian followed the same pattern, and just when Seth's gravity push was about to push him away, he spun his body. So when the pushing force hit him, it helped him rotate faster instead of pushing him away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Varian's fist this time connected to Seth's neck. Cling, ouch, the sound of a metal clinging reverberated in the room. Varian felt his fist turn red. When he finally punched Seth, he felt like he was hitting an iron plate as an unawakened. Again. Boom. Again. Cling, cling, Varian quickly adjusted to the pushing gravitational force. He spun just before the push came every time and used it to increase his own momentum, thus increasing the impact of his attacks. This guy has good experience. There are no fundamentals I need to teach. Seth smiled. He was shocked at Varian's performance. His goal was to let Varian try to hit him until he gave up, but unexpectedly, Varian found a way to turn his opponent's force to increase his own attack. Seth could neutralize Varian's strategy by using equal gravity force on all parts of Varian at the same time and pushing him away. However, a level 2 gravity Awakener would have a hard time facing Varian. Even peak level 2s would lose. A dozen minutes passed and Varian was sweating profusely. I'll only use the strength to level 2 physical Awakener, Seth announced and got into a battle stance. He equipped himself with a gray full-body armor. Since his body's defense was too high for Varian, he used an armor with a level 2 body Awakener defense. He deliberately controlled his strength to a middle level 2. It was impossible to weaken Self. Not everyone had a magical system. However, Seth achieved this by using his high reaction speed to control how he reacted. He'd only react as fast an average level 2 would. Varian went on an offensive strike. Seth substituted himself into a mid-level 2 and the next moment, Varian aimed at his chest. He tried to move, but it was already too late. Boom! Cling, Varian's fist punched through the armor and hit Seth's skin. While on the other hand, Seth was shocked and overjoyed. Indeed. He defeated a peak level 2 fire Awakener. Let's up the game. Seth had a cunning smile. His strength increased to level 3. Level 3. Varian took a deep breath. This would be his first battle with a level 3. Boom! Seth punched back, and Varian was forced to dodge. He couldn't take on a level 3 punch with his current strength. Not yet. Seth's punch compressed the air in front of his fist and exploded it into shock waves. Varian turned to the defense and this time, Seth took the initiative. Boom! Varian dodged once again. Varian, don't lose momentum, Seth said, and kicking at Varian's chest. Varian sidestepped and barely dodged. Boom! Seth's attack landed on the floor. It would have broken a military vehicle, but the white floor was resilient. He punched at Varian the next moment. Boom! Time flowed and Varian slowly adjusted to facing a level 3. His unique advantage over his peers and enemies in general, combat experience, was not enough in front of an experienced Seth. So he couldn't bridge the gap between their stats. Thus, Varian was always at the receiving end and was suppressed in the battle. However, despite not having an upper hand, he got better at dodging. Varian's performance improved at a visible rate. It both shocked and scared Seth. He was in the adventure guild and military for long. He saw many geniuses and powerhouses, but only Varian was this monstrous. Seth was sure Varian would be able to catch up with his combat experience in 2 years. He felt he overestimated, but in a few days, he'd know it was a gross underestimation. The training on the first day ended with Varian failing to land even a single punch. I honestly feel more like your sparring partner than your combat teacher. Seth sat on the ground and looked at the young man in front. He was panting for breath and drenched in sweat. Each of his muscles was chiseled to perfection through years of hard work. Just how long were you training? He asked out of curiosity but also a bit of frustration. Maybe Varian didn't need him as much as he thought. Whatever lessons he imparted were all things Varian was already trying to incorporate and was in the middle of accomplishing. If anything, he was only a catalyst for Varian's growth. Around 10 years. Varian replied in short breaths while glaring at Seth. This old man really beat him up. Varian took a few direct hits and felt the bones in his body almost break. Thankfully, he used the reaction speed of a level 7 body Awakener and controlled his strength in the last moment, saving Varian from injuries. Else, a direct hit from level 3 would be dangerous for Varian. But that didn't mean he had to suffer less. 10 years. I don't remember much, it's vague. I was just fighting all day, every day. I wanted to get stronger. Awaken. But it was too late. Varian smiled like he didn't care. In fact, he did. More than anything else. His past was a living thing for him. However, he would rather not talk about it. Let's see what your future holds. Seth got up and offered his hand. Varian took it and got up. He smiled mysteriously. You never know. True. Seth didn't know. Neither did Varian. +5 XP body path level 2, 70/200, Varian returned to his room and took a good bath. In the latter half of the day, he was engrossed in the specialization classes. Then came meditation. +5 XP body path 2, 75/200, the next morning, he had the combat training again. This time, however, he was able to land a single hit. Then specialization class for a few hours. After dinner, he sunk into meditation. Rinse and repeat, and soon, 2 weeks passed. Varian's absence sparked rumors in the first years. His peers thought he'd learnt his lessons and gave up on his career. There were even some articles stating how he spent all day in his room with little regards to academics. He became the antithesis of a model student. A few fanatics even gave an open warning that whoever approached Varian would be attacked outside the academy. All in all, Varian became the student who everyone thought would go nowhere. However, they didn't know that he was improving every day. His progress in a few days surpassed their progress of months. The most scared and elated for Varian's progress, Seth. Varian went from not landing a single hit to be able to land at least 30 hits during the battle without taking a fatal attack to himself. What was even more alarming was his divine path progress. On the 15th day, Varian reached the training hall and dragged out the lazy Seth, who was still sleeping under his pile of weapons. Why are you still sleeping? Varian said in amusement and confusion. He didn't know why, but Seth was first excited, then he was kinda scared. Let me sleep, you brat. You can train by yourself anyway. I'm fired and have no job. I want to spend my days in peace. Seth said and buried himself in the heap of weapons. If you don't fight, I'll tell Wendy you want to date her. Varian threatened. A few days ago, Varian was injured and had to heal in the infirmary. There, he learnt that Wendy and Seth were high school classmates. Seth accidentally revealed that Wendy had a crush on him. Thus, blackmail material, important evidence was found. Seth jumped out of the weapons heap and face-palmed. Today, the missions start. Your team will go on a mission in a few hours. Let me sleep. He went back into his cold, dark mountain. He felt that getting fired was not a bad thing after all. Seth's voice came out of the weapons. Just listen to the captain. You'll get lots of MP. Remember to buy me a nice sword pillow. I'm too broke. Varian rolled his eyes and chuckled, yes. If the captain didn't accept, I wouldn't be able to get you a spot. You don't know how lucky you are to go with these second years on the first mission. I shared the details. Now go. Let me sleep. Seth's snoring filled the room. Varian exited the room and called in his mind, status. Body path level 2, 120/200 space path level 1, 100/100. He was stuck in trying to advance to level 2 in space path. He didn't find any quick solutions, despite an intensive search and multiple specialization classes. On the other hand, he progressed in body path every day. However, the improvement rate was varied and was slow. Despite that, Varian was confident in breaking into the next level in a month. If he did this one mission well, he'd get 1 month of breather. Then, he could easily break into level 3 and from then on, even be able to take on a few missions individually. He opened his comm, my first mission. On the first floor, he saw hordes of students. Judging by their aura at level 2, they were the first years. First floor was also meant for first-year level 2 students. From today, the first years could apply, any student was free to take a mission. At the moment, they were checking out the huge holograms displaying thousands of missions and discussing with their peers. Clear the lemon section in inner area of Simp Dungeon. Hunt the adventurer-turned-war criminals, Ash and How, protect the junior scientist, Big Brain, for 10 days, infiltrate the Reaper gang and assassinate the hall leaders, identify the cause of. The danger level of the mission was level 2. However, each mission needed at least 10 students to finish. For instance, Ash and Hua were the mission targets. They were peak of level 2 and could be finished off by 4 to 5 cadets. But they also had several level 1 and level 2 underlings. At least 10 cadets were needed to finish the job safely. The reward was also varied. Some missions awarded 200 MP. Others gave 400. This seemed high at first glance, but when divided among a group of 10, each only got around 20 to 40 MP. I just need some MP. Varian thought and realized all missions were at least 100 MP or above. Higher MP meant higher difficulty. It wasn't that Varian hadn't thought of taking a mission alone at some point, but it was too risky. Unless he had no choice, he would not do it. He swiped his comm and it displayed each mission's details. Everything in the database about the mission was revealed, except state secrets. With right planning and execution, the success rate of any mission would skyrocket. Well, of course, there were always accidents. No one could predict the future after all. Like my first dungeon experience. Varian shook his head wryly. There were quite a few times when a target who was in level 2 for years suddenly advanced to level 3. Those who took such missions never returned. It was saddening, but not enough to change the system. The cadets weren't here for assurance of their personal safety. Isn't that the guy? He was at the bottom of the class. He's just a beginner level 2. How did he get into the academy, anyway? Varian thought that someone was pointing at him, but he turned around and realized each of the comment was directed at a different person. Unlike most cadets who were in groups, a few were left alone. They had weak auras and showed poor demeanor. So these guys are the weakest. Varian shook his head. Even if there was an entrance test, some got through luck. Such people, if they couldn't strengthen themselves or at least find a network, would quickly be eliminated by the system. As he was about to leave for the higher floor, someone ran up to him. Hey man, let's team up. Varian saw a young man with hippie smile and frivolous demeanor. His footwork wasn't standard, his stance was problematic, and he lacked even the basics of combat-ready posture regardless of divine path. No. Varian said curtly. This guy should be someone who never attended combat classes. As expected, no one partnered with him. There were only a few like him, but not zero. No one will risk their life for a guy they never saw fight. He shook his head. The onlookers, however, found this hilarious. These guys, both never attended combat classes. Even then, one doesn't want to team up with others. Ha ha ha. Especially that shady first ranker. Does he think anyone wants to team up with him? Even if he's not shunned by Xanders, no one will take him in. The whispers were clearly audible, but Varian remained calm. They were only half right. Varian's duel 2 weeks ago was enough to convince most teams to include him. But these teams couldn't risk angering Xanders. However, on the surface, they needed a better reason to show themselves for rejecting him. They needed to be independent and display a backbone. TCH, waste. Varian turned around to leave. He had no interest here. With increasing strength, he found no incentive in trying to form good relationships with these people. The young man felt the gazes of onlookers and felt his reputation was at stake. So he immediately yelled at Varian. "You waste. I want to team up with you. How dare you refuse?" The floor fell silent, and everyone looked at the scene. Despite everything, they held a bit of envy towards Varian achieving the first position in the entrance test, being a level 2 like them. But they didn't try to overstep their boundaries since his tutor would be a strong and famous Awakener. However, since he was opposed by the Xanders and didn't get a proper tutor, they need not hold back. They wanted to step on him and prove themselves to be superior. To put it plainly, it was a sickening ego. Now someone was doing the job for them. They were more than happy. What did you say?" The young man was about to utter some threats, but felt a light sting, something cold on his neck. He looked down and almost jumped in fright. A long black sword was against his fragile neck. It slowly cut through the skin and a few drops of blood dripped onto the ground. No, nothing. He tried to step back and in trying, collapsed. No one was able to react when Varian closed the distance with the young man and put his sword on his opponent's neck. There was only one question buzzing in their minds: can I react in time if that's me? To their utter horror and helplessness, even the body Awakeners, Morpher Awakeners whose forte was close combat, had only one answer. No. Varian saw the shock and fear in the eyes of the onlookers and his lips curled up. Whether he admitted or not, there was a bad breath in his chest. This show of force was a good vent long due. Even though it wouldn't stop him from being ostracized, it would elevate his status from being despised to being feared. It is better to be feared than to be loved, if you cannot be both. He thought back to an ancient quote. If they were going to ostracize him anyway, then it'd be on his terms. He'd abandon his peers, not the other way around. The increasing strength gave Varian immense confidence. He put the sword back into his space ring and glanced at the crowd coldly. Since they were only level 2, Varian was confident in overpowering them. He won a peak level 2 a few days ago. But the him back then and the him now were different. Unlike the past him, he was confident in taking down a peak level 2 with ease. If you want to step on me, then come. I'll always be ready. He smiled at his peers, but his eyes were chillingly cold. But remember, if you do this in normal times, you'll only get my rivalry. But if you do this now, you'll get. He turned around and walked up to the upper floor. My enmity. His emotionless voice reverberated across the room, sending shivers down the students. Only the sound of chattering teeth and shaking armor remained. 5th floor, his calm buzzed. 5th. Varian was shocked. The 2nd floor was for first year level 3s. 3rd floor was for second year level 3s. Fight floor was for second year. Level 5s. Just what monster team did his tutor get him into?